All right, now everything you say will be held against.
Yes, this is now all on the record.
Oh no!
Bum bum.
All right.
All this shit talk we were just doing.
Okay, we're live
no
now. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
There are 28 people waiting for this one.
Oh damn! Already.
Get a life.
They're all waiting for the shoe to drop, as you would say.
The weight of continuing any to digest is too much for their audio. I guess we could talk about that. Since that's
To
like
start the stream.
To start the stream. So earlier today, Shabes put out a video talking about the end of AnyTube Digest. The end of an era, really.
He jerked off of a comatose girl. It was crazy.
That's not. Oh my god!
Wait, no, that's Ava. Sorry, no, that was wrong.
Not the same shaves.
Oh my god! How does the audio sound? By the way, if it's fine, if there are problems, let me know, because I just lost hearing in my right ear for a moment. Good god. Yeah, I guess he did bring us up, and I guess we will be trying to continue that torch. Obviously, we want to do more AnyTube audit streams, looking for smaller creators using that that AnyTube list site that we put together, and what we're going to be doing tonight, where we're just going to be talking about a video that came out how many days ago? 8 days ago, a bit over a week. Yeah. So it's not going to be like it's a long video. It's 2.5 hours long. When we're not going to do it like we did for that Evangelion video, where we start off and we just go through the entire video. No, we're just going to be talking about the video, not even addressing everything the video brings up, because there's a lot in the video that we could talk about, but we want to keep this somewhat focused on a specific subject matter. And we'll just pull clips from the video
as needed.
As needed.
As of right now, we're just sitting in hell.
We are just sitting in hell. So let's take us off. Let's see, what video are we talking about today, then? If you couldn't already gather from the name of the stream and the fact that I linked the damn video in the description.
It's also just named in the description.
Is it? Oh, okay. It is Kawaii, Anime Propaganda and Soft Power Politics by Moon Channel. This will not be a 6-hour stream. We might go 3 hours, a bit over, but past that, I think,
We say that, but God knows how long.
Oh, yeah.
I will hold a gun to Sai's head. He might have a sword.
So, I don't know if, I guess I don't know how we really want to start this. We could talk about Moon Channel a little bit. So, the channel itself, I've not seen a ton of videos from Moon Channel. I think I've seen. Yeah, I think the first one that I'd seen.
Same with me.
And the only other one I'd seen was this video, Gender in Japan: A Complicated History. Mumi, have you seen any videos from them prior?
Yeah, I've seen the Gender in Japan. I've seen the Why Kill Gods video, I think.
Okay.
What it's called. I'm pulling up the channel right now to look if anything else. I've seen I think I saw their emulation one. So basically like that time frame. I think I've seen like the 3 videos that they uploaded in that succession.
Mm-hmm.
And then this one.
This is, let me see, is this their long? I think this is their longest video. I don't know if they've gone over 2 hours before on any other video.
Doesn't seem like it. They've
an hour and a half,
2 hours, but
hour and 50 minutes basically, and then 2 hours and 30 minutes. So, and to just I guess give it an overview of what we're going to be talking about and what we're not going to be talking about on this stream is the first 50 minutes basically to an hour of the video is a is a history lesson, more or less starting from early Chinese, early Japanese cinema history. Yes. Like it's the part one early cinema, but now it's part one early history. And we are not a goddamn history channel. No. I mean, so to just like, I guess, rip the Band-Aid off, we have problems with this video, I'd say.
One or two.
Many, maybe. I don't know. It depends on how you want to look at it.
Depends on how you want to look at it, but
it's all relative.
So I mean, some of these problems I think obviously have to do with the history section, but I don't really want to get into like history all that too much. Otherwise, we will be here for 6 hours again.
We could probably cliff notes to some of the perspective, I guess.
Yeah, when it comes up, when it's relevant, we'll talk about it.
Well, maybe I'll let Richard talk about this. This is his specialty.
Yeah. So, I mean, outside of talking directly about the history itself, what I will say is that, I guess to perhaps start with praise, and not even backhanded praise, is that I do think the video is very good and well executed in terms of the argument that it's making. Mm-hmm. And the history section, as much as we're not really going to talk about it, is really important for when he's threading this continuity of his argument through. So, basically starts out with, the West has the West in the after the Meiji Restoration has a brief obsession with Japan called Japonisme, where it's primarily an artistic and aesthetic movement that takes what they see as the very exotic Orient, and it influenced people like Vincent van Gogh and other figures, and he takes that and then weaves it through to the the Pacific War, and then afterward, and kind of establishes this pattern where you have the cycle of Western obsession with Japan leading into Japan becoming super militaristic. And now we're in a point where Japan is very popular in the West again. And guess what? His argument is, that's right, they're trying to remilitarize. So in that capacity, the history part is, I think, really effective in kind of making his narrative quite cohesive.
It's those who are not familiar with history are like doomed to repeat it kind of thing almost.
Mm-hmm. His history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme.
It does rhyme, like pottery. Like this is all.
Yeah.
What we're trying to get here is what the video is saying is this is all a conspiracy orchestrated by George Lucas.
Or at least
he did rip off Lucas. He's trying to cover up the fact he just ripped off Kurosawa's movies.
I mean, that's actually kind of an interesting fact because George Lucas actually, I guess you could say it was retribution or whatever, but he ended up funding Kurosawa's most expensive film, Kagemusha, in 1980, along with Spielberg.
Really? Wait, I thought Ron was his most expensive movie.
Ron, at the time, I know Kagemusha was. Ran might be more expensive in retrospect because that was then funded because of the success of Kagemusha.
Yeah, but this is not a Kurosawa stream.
No, it is not. It is mentioned. It is definitely mentioned in there, which is another interesting piece of soft power when we think about Kurosawa was made bigger in America because he actively was inspired by American directors. So if we're talking about soft power.
But the main thing that we want to talk about with this video is specifically pertaining to obviously anime and the Cool Japan initiative by the Cool Japan Fund, which is a cultural program by the Japanese government. And it's also going to be worth distinguishing between like the concept of cool Japan and then like the government initiative of Cool Japan. Well, because there's a lot of stuff in this video where, especially as I was watching it, I watched this over the course of a few days because good lord, it's 2.5 hours long. and I don't have the ability to sit down and watch. I don't have 2.5 free hours just to sit down and watch something. But after the history section, I noticed like once you started getting into like the stuff that I was more familiar with, you know, the history of anime, particularly after like 1963 with Astro Boy. Once you started getting into like stuff like that, I'm like, I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like I need like a source for what he's saying here. Things along those lines. Like I feel like cracks kind of started to form while watching the video.
The Dunning-Kruger effect, is that what they call it?
No. Dunning-Kruger is when you think you have a little bit of knowledge and you think you're the smartest person in the world on a top.
No,
you're thinking of the Gelman's amnesia.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's so I guess like as a primer before we get into it, this video is very well constructed. Don't really need us to tell you he's more successful than we are for a reason. And we did reach out to him to see if he wanted to come on and talk about it with us. And he was very kind and he did respond. He said he wasn't available. But he did offer to answer any kind of like specific kind of criticism we wanted to have him address directly, which we didn't have before going into the stream. So I didn't take him up on that. But I did want to prime that he was nice enough that he kind of, I mean, didn't really give us his blessing, but he didn't like say, "Hey, don't do that," kind of thing, you know.
Actually, on the about page on his website, he actually says he invites anyone who wants to react to his content, have at it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, if you right at the bottom there above, where is it? P.S. Our React channel, please let.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
when you said it like on his website, I thought you meant like he had like a separate website.
No, on his about page.
Okay. So yeah, fair game then.
That's right.
And then obviously, you know, we have Steve and we have Richard here with us today. Study of Swords.
Hello.
Since both of you are much more knowledgeable than Mumi and I on the history of anime and the history of Japan and the Cool Japan initiative in general.
I don't know shit. What am I even doing?
Well, because when I was talking with you guys about it, like, you know, because we've been planning this for a week. When I was talking with you guys about it, Steve, Richard, you specifically brought up the end of Cool Japan. So, I guess you guys, from what I understand, took notes. So, what do you guys want to dip into first then?
I'll let Richard start because my laptop's frozen.
All right. So the only thing I would like to do, just to kind of go to right back to the beginning before he starts getting into the early history and his introduction.
Mm-hmm.
One of the earliest problems I have with the video is his framing and effectively defining of what propaganda is.
Yes.
Because he basically says that if your knowledge of something, and you know, specifically in this case of a culture that's not your own, is something that's arrived at not through either direct experience or being in an academic setting teaching about that topic. If your experience with the culture or the country is through mediated images, is through media, then you have been exposed to and you are being influenced by propaganda. And that's a mile-wide, inch-deep definition of propaganda.
Yeah.
That's not generally how anyone who uses the term propaganda.
I can understand what he's getting at in terms of, obviously, if your understanding of Japan and Japanese culture comes strictly from anime, you are going to have a warped perception of what Japan is actually like.
Of course, that might be soft power more than it is specifically propaganda.
It's a question of like in the video those are almost kind of intertwined essentially.
And here's the thing: so soft power, the popularization of the term soft power.
Oh no! Oh no! They got him. Oh,
took him out.
Sorry, the popularization of the term soft power comes from a book called, not unsurprisingly, Soft Power. I have, for whatever reason, I have neglected to write down the author's first name, but his last name is Nye. And so in his, he actually makes a Bill Nye the Science Guy joke in the video. In Nye's text Soft Power, he does actually distinguish between propaganda and soft power. So if Mooney's definition of soft power is he didn't cite Nye's book, right? He does have sources to his credit.
Yeah,
and he certainly made use of those sources. But
the book comes up in the video, but it's not
right.
in the
It's
citations.
not listed in his sources. So I have no idea how much he's because it's listed in his sources. I don't know how much he's read of it. But Nye tends to define propaganda as a mediated message sent by a state authority or the state itself directly to its citizens or to other people. So when he's talking about propaganda, he's talking about it in the context of things like the Soviet Union, eventually China, the United States, and Britain in the Second World War kind of thing. So it's and importantly that everyone knows what propaganda is, and that the perception of being seen to use propaganda is a detriment. It'll undercut your trying to use soft power. So one of the interesting examples he gives is when Colin Powell was trying to make the argument for the invasion of Iraq. The book came out in 2004. So when Colin Powell was making an argument to invade Iraq, he of course used the weapons of mass destruction. And initially it was effective, but once the truth came out, it became like a albatross around the state's neck that they couldn't get around it. And so that's the drawback with I'm talking a lot. That's the drawback with propaganda, is that it's overt and automatically makes people suspicious, whereas soft power deliberately doesn't do that.
It's
soft.
Well, it's something he talks about in the video, in terms of something that is artistic programs, cultural works that are top down, meaning effectively coming from like a government mandate versus more grassroots, essentially.
Yeah. And so definitely, like when we get to talking about it, like Momotaro's Sea Eagles, everyone recognizes that as propaganda. Contrast and compare that with the Why We Fight propaganda films from the U.S. during the during the Second World War.
There are many. What is it? It's one of Is it one of the censored 11? The Tokyo Jokyo. Is that it?
There's a lot of Japanese sort of based Warner Brothers cartoons that are racist.
There are a number of them. Many of them you can watch on YouTube, and they are horrifyingly racist.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know. I'll be talking about Momotaro right now. I guess we could let the video play for that part if we want, because I've got some stuff to say about Momotaro.
Yeah. So yeah, let's talk about Momotaro. Where the hell is Momotaro?
That's probably going to be the start of modern.
Yeah.
Rise of modern anime. That section's quite small if you want to just look through bits and pieces of it.
Yeah. So let's scrub through this bit. So
where's he starting?
Maybe it was a bit earlier, because we're at the end of the war here, and then
I think it might be the beginning of modern animation.
Or was it
with the chapter?
Or no, because now here's Momotaro.
Oh, does he talk about here? He brings up multiple times.
Yeah. So let me see.
Yeah. This might be the first time he brought it up. I don't know if he talks about it in depth.
Yeah. No, because here's where he talks about. Here's where he talks about like Tezuka and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, let me. Where the hell's the start? There we go.
Yeah, about that, right?
We found it. We should have made timestamp.
That
We're
might be a good idea.
All right, let me make sure I have like the proper like volume for this. Nope, I actually don't even have it set up on OBS. Give me 1 second.
Okay, take your time.
We're professionals.
We
Don't try
are.
this at home.
We are intelligent, professional human beings.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't make any timestamps to that either, because I thought you might have done that already, so I didn't want to intrude.
Here we go.
Propaganda and outward-facing propaganda. To that end, the first ever animated feature-length film produced in Japan, the first anime film, was Momotaro's Sacred Sailors, released in 1945, a sequel to the close to but not quite feature-length film Momotaro no Umiwashi, Momotaro's Sea Eagles, which was released in 1943. We could
pause it for a second, just because there's a couple things there that are interesting. The definition of theatrical actually varies between country. So, like, the actual length something needs to be theatrical, it can vary quite dramatically. In that, like, Momotaro, I think it's definitely past 70 minutes, and the original one might have been 40 something, 45, I don't know. Depending on the country, 45 can be theatrical. It really does depend, because sometimes you do double features. Japan does a lot of double features, even in like the early anime space. Like Toei did a lot of that, where they'll do like you have a Dragon Ball movie that's like 45 minutes, and they'll pair it with another Toei movie.
The Oscar definition, which I feel like is fairly ubiquitous nowadays, about 40 minutes.
Yeah, it can defend. I mean, it's a small thing, but also the definition for anime, which they actually do bring up later, where I don't know if this is fair, depending on your definition, etymology-wise. I don't know if this is something you should be calling anime per se, because it's before the era where people start using that word.
Right. Well, it's one of those things where we can talk about anime just as like, okay, animation from Japan, or if we want to like get more precise with it,
it depends on how we're defining it, really. Right. That's the key here, because like this is obviously from like a different era of like styles and techniques. One other thing to mention here, I do have an article from Matteo. He wrote something on the history of this. He's going to probably talk about that maybe a little bit later. I'll get to the general gist here. Yeah, the studio who made this only made about 5 films, and also they bring up Momotaro a lot on this video. The problem with Momotaro, specifically this version, the 1945, 46 version, is that not
Sacred Sailors.
Yes, the feature-length version. Problem with this version is not a lot of people actually saw it at the time, because you have to think of the context of when it was made. It came out just basically as the war is about to end, when Tokyo has been firebombed to shit. The country has been bombed. There are very few cinemas left. There are very few people going to the cinema at this point. And because of that, also possibly like maybe stores of film might have been destroyed or whatever, most people in Japan did not actually see Momotaro until the 80s, when there was a like re-release during closer to the time of like Grave of the Fireflies. There are a couple more like World War II based animations. So this movie isn't actually as technically important as they try and say in this video, and that's historically is quite important to bring up. That it's more the early ones, and it also probably is better to contextualize Japanese propaganda films. Is that there were them. The industry in Japan for animation was smaller. It was more commission based, so the government did put a lot into it. That didn't start with the war, though. That was generally how it was at that time. Government was like a bigger benefactor of the of this sort of more commission-based small little groups of people making basically adverts most of the time, adverts or educational material, and a couple of shorts in between. So, but also the people making these films were not diehard nationalists. I think it was Clements when he wrote. I actually own Momotaro. Ironically, I have the like special edition of it. For the like, there's a historic booklet that comes with it, and it effectively says that like most of the people who made the movie were like more left. They were quite more left leaning. They weren't nationalists. They were getting a paycheck because at the time, you know.
I mean, especially at that time, you know, you take what work you can get.
Yeah, and of course, like for an anime, that's going around. Pretty much, you know, industry's being destroyed basically.
The Tokyo has been leveled.
Yes, it's not in a good space. Everyone's very poor. A lot of food famine. You know, it's a very difficult time.
Yeah.
But that's the general gist I'll give of it. It's the earlier film he's talking about. He only mentions in passing, which is the one about Pearl Harbor, which is the one that was more popular. That was the famous one in Japan at the time, because like in 42, it was a different situation.
Right. Yeah.
But there's obviously a really good reason why he focuses on the Sacred Sailor specifically, and we'll see that shortly after you play it.
Yes.
For some context, Momotaro is a beloved historical folk hero in Japan, akin to Robin Hood or King Arthur. Uses
I'm gonna venture to guess what you're referring to.
35.
Tezuka?
We cut to Jackal Animal Officer Animals, and Momotaro is techniques and was not animators in industry and utilize the primitive jungle.
There we go.
Yes.
Japanese government. Fun fact before we move on. If you're an anime buff, you might have noticed that the scene I showed you while talking about Momotaro's Sacred Sailors seems awfully familiar. Well, that's because Osamu Tezuka, the creator of Kimba the White Lion, was so deeply moved by Momotaro that it allegedly brought him to tears, and so he included an homage in Kimba the White Lion, where Kimba teaches primitive jungle animals to speak Japanese. Kimba the White Lion in its original Japanese is...
So, should we get some context for a second as well? Because I don't actually know where this quote came from. I'm not sure if he has it in his sources, where like Tezuka burst into tears. I don't know the exact context.
He does not.
Yeah, because that's kind of important here, because Tezuka was not... I mean, I'm not sure exactly his position on nationalism, but he was an anti-war, fairly left-leaning figure for a businessman. You know, he was definitely for a time, he was part of the Japanese Communist Party. He actually made like manga for the publications, for the newspapers, for the Japanese Communist Party for like several years. At least 4 years he was working for them, or like commissioned to do that of his own free will, I guess, even though he probably didn't have to. And Tezuka, also important to bring up, Tezuka was a rich boy. Tezuka had seen a lot of animation from all over the world at a young age because his family were quite well off, and he had his, as far as I understand, he had his own projector, so he could just like buy reels and watch them in his house, which is a very rare position, which is where he has a bit more of an international flavor to a lot of his interests. You see that, like he mentions a lot, like he likes a lot of like Betty Boop or Popeye, you know, that sort of that era, and also Disney. He's a big fan of, but like he has taste that are like quite all over the places. You could see from his work later when he makes adaptations of things like Arabian Nights and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, I mean, like again, rhetorically linking the father of anime and the godfather of manga to being deeply influenced by the wartime propaganda to the point where he's including it in his work is just that is very good essay storytelling.
Yeah, it's just obviously you want to bring the context that like Tezuka was influenced by a lot of different things. Of course, it wasn't like he was strictly like, oh hell yeah, I just love national.
I love war.
Yeah,
that's right.
Or like he was like astoundingly anti-American.
So
I mean,
but this is
definitely.
This is just a fun fact.
Yeah,
doing some quick fact checks. So if we go to the Momotaro Wikipedia page, it basically does just bring up what he says here. He later said that he was moved to tears by the film's hints of dreams and hopes hidden under the appearance of war propaganda.
That is also not unsighted, so God knows where that's from.
Yeah, I did find another. Yeah, I did find another blog post. From where did I put the blog post? God damn it! There it is. Land of Obscuration. So I'll just bring this up real quick. Also, the blog post Land of Obscuration says basically the same thing as well. I don't know which came first. It's not really cited here either.
Usually. Most people just copy shit on Wikipedia. You know, they just copy it from somewhere else. So I wouldn't be surprised.
This is 2020. I don't know when that was added on the Momotaro Wikipedia page.
You can probably find it through edits, but I don't think it's that important. It's kind of an unsighted claim. Could be real, could not be real. It's hard to say.
Yeah,
I could believe it in general, but like obviously it's just like one little thing.
This is the importance of having a paper trail for your citations.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is like here he doesn't really extend any kind of like, you know, excuse or any. He's not like, oh, you know, well maybe he's just talking about like the animation, or maybe like it made him cry because like, oh, the people that are working on this like still have hopes and dreams even though they're being forced to make propaganda kind of like. He doesn't do that for this.
It is impressive if you think about it in the context of the situation, right? That like at that time most animation coming out of Japan is fairly short. A lot of the stuff you see on the archive is usually about 20 minutes long. You probably have a bit longer, but like a lot of it's fairly short, so that they could actually make during wartime. They're getting bombed, right? And they can actually make a full feature movie. It's pretty impressive. Obviously, that took a lot of effort.
It is weird that he does that for. he doesn't do that here, but he does do that later for Miyazaki for a quote about
I can bring that
thing.
up because I actually have the full quote here, because the article that he is not the original source. He referenced the CBR article, which only had half the quote, which is not really helpful.
Do we want to? Where the hell do I put?
But we can talk about it. We can talk about Miyazaki because I have a lot to say about Miyazaki. Obviously, it's a bit of background.
Yes.
But like, if we're going to talk about soft power, I can talk about that now.
Miyazaki, where the hell are you in this?
You're around here, right? Yeah, it's about here, right? You saw Haku. Was it around here? Then it'd be around.
Yeah, here we go. Hakujan.
Yeah.
Miyazaki's trauma.
The Miyazaki thing is like comparatively to the video, in relation to the video, is pretty like minor, right?
But yeah, but it does like, kind of he keeps using Miyazaki as a through line, right? Because he uses him multiple times in the video as like, you should listen to Miyazaki, not to X.
Yeah, he's one of the good ones.
Yeah, and that's a bit. I mean, we'll get into that.
So,
volume in 1958, through a monumental effort, Toei released its first animated feature film, Hakujaden, Legend of the White Serpent. Now, at the time, many Western animated films were adaptations of popular Western fairy tales such as Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Pinocchio, and Cinderella. Hakujaden, The Legend of the White Serpent, was a very purposeful retelling of a Song Dynasty Chinese fairy tale known as The Legend of the White Snake, a story familiar to many East and Southeast Asians of the time. It was actually this very movie that inspired one Hayao Miyazaki, who once stated at an interview the following concerning the film's damsel in distress, Bai Nyang. I can still remember the pangs of emotion I felt at the sight of the incredibly beautiful young female character, Bai Nyang, and how I went to see the film over and over as a result. It's easy to hear that and say, aha, Miyazaki had a waifu. But I don't actually think that this was the case. Miyazaki later found inspiration in Bai Nyang for his own characters such as San from Princess Mononoke and Sophie Hatter from Howl's Moving Castle. Inspired not so much by attraction to Bai Nyang per se, but to her inner strength and independent spirit. A personality considered a little different than that of what many of the era might consider an ideal Japanese woman. We'll have to
I guess there's still more, so I'll just I'll let it roll.
Someday, as that is a long, fascinating topic in and of itself. Suffice it to say, I admire the man very much. The musical choices in this video are not a coincidence. Not to spoil the rest of the video too much, but he's spoken up about literally every single point I've made / am about to make on the Japanese cultural industry. He's been such a vocal critic of what's been going on that Japanese ultranationalists have even called him a traitor to the country. But I digress. Legend of the White Serpent was produced with the intention of appealing to Asian audiences.
All right, so that's the Miyazaki section. And
I like the touch of the Ocarina of Time sound font of the Totoro theme.
Let me see here. No, that's not what I want. I'm trying to search up my damn PDF if I could see if I could find it. Where the hell is the funniest quote about Hayao Miyazaki I've ever seen? Okay. I'm gonna quote from Beautiful Fighting Girl here, by Tamaki Saito. No, wait, no, is this? No, that's just the intro. God damn it. I gotta dig through this fucking text to find the goddamn quote.
There we kids, we're professionals. Don't try this at home.
I mean, Steve, you are the resident Miyazaki.
My mic cut out. Yeah, I've got the quote. It's in the chat.
Okay. Yes, here we go.
Sorry, I think my mic cut out. So here's the full quote. This is from, I believe it would be from an essay which was in Starting Point, but here's the full quote.
Okay.
So you heard they quote the first bit in the video, but if you go to the next bit, you may see him say, "It was like being in love. All Bai Nyang become my surrogate girlfriend for me at a time I'd had none. It was a sense I think that we can achieve as a type of satisfaction by substituting something for unfulfilled portion of our lives, something that can be a movie, a music, a novel, or it can include animation. Those in their mid-teens who are passionate about anime today will probably go on to graduate from this." So he's literally relating it to the same experience as having a waifu.
Yeah, that's literally just describing a waifu.
He also says it's a fairly normal pattern of things. He thinks it's not like particularly crazy.
Because I mean, I think if reading about Miyazaki, reading stuff that Miyazaki often says or things about Miyazaki, like this stuff that Saito talks about in Beautiful Fighting Girl. I feel like it is just kind of known that like this is a facet of Miyazaki, and I think it is a facet of his works as well, that he does have like a thing for fictional characters in some capacity.
He might have grown out of it potentially.
Yeah,
it very clearly at some point he did.
Yes.
Yeah, and I would warn against the pattern of like being very passionate about the individual, like somebody just like trying to make an icon of somebody like Miyazaki, where like the more you read about him, you're probably going to find a lot of unflattering things that may contradict the position you're using him to try and lift up.
Yeah, I mean, Miyazaki contradicts himself constantly. Like if we're like
yes, he likes
who
to
in
do that.
chat
It's almost
brought
like
up
a game to him.
Who brought up
You'll see it.
him visiting Oscar De Silva in chat brought up him visiting that German World War II soldier, the tank guy that he wrote a manga about. Or was a manga adaptation of a book that guy wrote about his experiences on the Eastern Front.
And you'll also see that Miyazaki, he's actually a big sort of war model guy. He makes comics for these sort of like Japanese sort of, I guess like model making kits. I think they do mainly like tanks and other like machinery, stuff like that. He makes comics for them. He's like an avid like member of that community. Like he's really into that sort of stuff. One of the biggest jokes from Miyazaki, I believe it was in the movie, right? Kingdom of Dreams and Madness, is where he's kind of bad mouthing otaku, and they cut straight to him playing with Arno.
Yes, that is
basically the king of the otakus.
Yeah, that is very clever, funny editing on that documentary's part. Yeah, where he's the famous quote of Miyazaki shitting on otaku is then immediately followed up to him. I think, isn't it him and Hideaki Anno just dicking around with model planes?
Yeah, they're playing around with a plane that he was using as reference, but now they go, they're using it like a real.
It's like, oh, he just likes to talk shit.
Yeah, he does, and that's people of his generation are very like that. Now, I would say as a broader point, because we might have missed it. It might be somewhere in the video. He mentioned something about like a lot of the early animators, possibly at Toei. He kind of relates to that point, had been brought up on war propaganda cartoons, and I want to kind of say that that's not quite helpful, because a lot of people in Japan at the time had seen more than just Japanese war prop. Like I said, there's only like 5 of them. If that, all 5 of those shorts they made, or movies, were all strictly like hard propaganda. The main ones we know about were 2 of the 5 we know definitely are hard propaganda. But like they came up with a lot of other stuff, like Betty Boop and Felix the Cat, and lots of other international cartoons were quite big in Japan. And even after that, Toei, even though the president likes to say that they wanted to try and be Toei of the East, Disney of the East, a lot of the members of Toei, a lot of the people who started working there at the union, had more wide taste. Like if you think about Chinese animation, there's like a lot of famous early Chinese animation which is quite popular that they would have liked to seen. King and the Mockingbird is a French animation they would have seen at the time. They mentioned by name, they reference it in many of their films. Ice Queen from Soviet Russia, also other stuff as well from America.
I think Tezuka was very much a fan of a Chinese animated adaptation of Journey to the West, who's like, I mean, there are dozens of those, but one of the very early ones.
40s, what I'm guessing.
Yeah,
but he made his own kind of. He made a monkey. He made a Sayuki with Toei in 1960, which is its own kind of like streamlined, thin version of Journey to the West.
So it wasn't just Japanese state-funded animation or media playing in Japan at the time. I think that is something important to highlight.
Also, as we get into the 50s, and if we talk about Tezuka, like this is kind of more like the entrepreneur. Like we get past the American, I guess, when you get past 1950 and the American sort of what would you call them, reforms?
Yeah,
a lot of the industry becomes very more private based. And we need to talk about Toei, because I don't know if a lot of people know this. It's not mentioned in the video. Toei isn't just an animation company; it's a massive movie company. And in Japan, there are about 4 movie companies that basically control the cinemas in Japan. You have like Toei, Toho, Kadokawa. And you may have a couple others, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but yeah, you have these big things, and they control the cinemas and what gets shown and what doesn't get shown. And Toei was a big player, and it was then using its hand to move from the film industry to also the animation industry. To sort of have that
he does bring that up in the video. I remember it's a very small part, but yeah, he does talk about the like the early history of Toei. I believe in this modern anime section it comes up.
We can let it play if you want, unless there's something else. But I will like stress that obviously what we're talking about in this era is actually definitely more about big business and this big aspirations of companies, less than it is about national stuff.
Right. Well, I guess that's a thing with the video in general to talk about, is that Japanese media is obviously very, very, very popular overseas. And yes, nowadays. And obviously, to some extent, the Japanese government does have a vested interest in that sort of thing. I mean, that is in part why the Cool Japan Fund exists. But it's also worth pointing out that maybe this is just the economist in me, but the private corporations making these also have a vested financial interest in properties, in their stuff doing well internationally.
And even if that wasn't priority, a lot of them will just sell it if they can, right? Because even like before the 2000s, and I have a couple graphs. I think I have some screen grabs I could throw in the chat from earlier about like because we have to consider that when we look at these numbers, like the problem is that the numbers we have only go to 2002 right now, but we have to assume that the numbers before that period were also shorter. So if I post this, you can put it on the screen if you want. This is the bar of like what money looks like internationally. Like that's the entire rest of the world.
I guess it would help here. Actually, I probably could find a figure that will also just show this compared to domestic revenue, but it's not really until you get over here into like the 2020s really that it's like, okay, overseas revenue is like near 50% of the total revenue of the animation industry in Japan.
Period, I believe, maybe during COVID, where overseas just took over domestic.
Yes. So let me see here.
It went back down.
We did a stream on this just a while back.
We did.
Here we go, where we went over the anime industry report. Let's look at the numbers. You're getting jump scared by chart, motherfucker.
Graphs.
That's right. We got numbers. Right? So this red portion here.
Overseas.
Orange, red. This is overseas revenue. You can actually see, it starts in 2000. And it grows. 2002, and it grows. It's growing. Oh no, it's contracting. Oh god, it's contracting. This is bad. Oh god, this is really bad. Hey, it's growing. Oh, we're back.
Yeah, and now the reason it starts growing is probably going to be mainly under streaming. That's going to be one of the major factors, not all, but that's going to be one of the core factors. Probably a lot more sales, merchandise picking back up again after the recession.
And well, this is also then when you start to see like I forget when exactly the Cool Japan Fund started. Was it 2013?
I'm not sure, because Cool Japan as a project starts in the early 2000s. I'm not sure when the fund began.
Yeah, I think the fund starts in like 2013, but this is like around the time. This is around the time when the Japanese government perks their ears up and goes, "Wait a minute." But and maybe I don't know if we want to get into this later, but it is something we also need to talk about where the Japanese government, particularly more conservative elements of the Japanese government, fucking hate anime.
Yes, and anime has not been popular with the government historically.
They do not like otaku or otaku media, to put it lightly. If you look
towards the Miyazaki killer situation back in the 90s, obviously like the public opinion of those kind of people was not something they would have probably wanted to share as their culture.
Right.
You may also want to see like what kind of shows get passed on, especially early on. Like a lot of the stuff. It depends. Do we want to talk about broadcast now? Is there a part of the video we want to specifically look at for that? Because I can talk about broadcast specifically about sharing. Is there any particular parts we want to look at?
Depends on what period you want to talk about. Do we want to start with like the 1970s? Because he does talk about space battleship Yamato.
We could get into that if you like, if we want to go to the Yamato, because that one's a bit of a strange quote.
Yeah, and it's because that's when he talks about, obviously you are going to have things like Astro Boy, Speed Racer, Tetsujin 28 Go, aka Gigantor. I hate the name Gigantor so much. And those all specifically played in America, if my memory serves
definitely
correctly.
know Speed Racer and Astro Boy. I imagine you'd know better about Giganta than me.
Yeah, Gigantor did play. I don't know if it played. Did it play back in the 70s? Or did it just because I know it played like on
Late
like
60s or 70s.
Adult Swim or something in the 2000s.
Oh, really? Like
it would have been before that.
If it was called Giganta, it must have been playing in the earlier periods where they would change names.
Yeah, they must have just did like a nostalgia rewind
70s.
thing or something.
Yeah.
Let me see. It says late 1960s.
That would make sense.
Oh, we know that's in Australia. Sorry, syndication original run is all it says on Wikipedia. No. So it would have been it would have been the 60s still if it's going for original run. So 63 to 66.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, sorry, did you go deaf?
Yes, my mic's been at 1966 is what the wiki says. Is when it debuted on American television.
Well, now was that public broadcast television?
Wikipedia being what Wikipedia, it just says it debuted on U.S. television in January 1966.
It says it was playing 7 p.m. on New York's WPIX TV when Variety gave it a particularly scathing review, calling it loud, violent, tasteless, and cheerless cartoon, which was strictly in the, oh God, I can't say, it was strictly in the R-slur babysitter class. Good God.
Jesus Christ. They really hate the Japanese.
Variety was fucking venomous in the 60s.
I didn't know they were that harsh.
Jesus Christ.
Didn't they levy similar criticisms to like Astro Boy?
No, probably.
I don't know about those specifically, but like I remember reading something about the way it like did fighting and stuff.
Let me see.
I think there's definitely you're going to get types who are very against violent cartoons of any era usually, but especially during then, especially if they're foreign.
Moral panics around Japanese animation is a line.
You see it, especially with Dragon Ball as well. That was definitely a very core position of that.
So I think it's around this section. He talks about things like Astro Boy, things like Speed Racer, playing outside of Japan.
We can let it play and just sort of...
Yeah, let's see if we could find it.
That relate to it.
Fashion, film, etc. are all used for cultural diplomacy. And furthermore, the utilization of this cultural diplomacy wasn't always cynical. In these earlier stages of utilization, the Japanese considered cultural products a more neutral way of disseminating Japanese culture. Bunka koryu, they called it. Cultural exchange. Yet of these tools, anime was special, as it was able to penetrate particularly deeply into the Western and Eastern world due to its accessibility, and because it was largely at the time for children. You could dub anime, sell it to a broadcaster, and then indirectly teach children about Japan. The 1960s saw, of course, the release of Astro Boy in 1963, but also saw cartoons.
Should we
like
pause it there just for a second then, and I can... Just to make some points here about this, because they brought up some points there which are somewhat true, but it's a little important to talk about how they happen. When it comes to international distribution, especially at this time, this is probably not really a priority, but it is happening here and there. I believe for Tezuka now was kind of independent. So when we think about Tezuka, when Tezuka makes a deal with the American network, it's to fund the show. He's thinking about it money-wise. He's getting money from the Americans to make sure he can actually make Astro Boy. He's also getting money probably from Japan, but it's extra funds on top. He is working an independent business, all things considered. Well, independent quote, but like he's not as big as Toei. That. He's working on a very specific area, and some of those other ones they're getting distributed because they can. But why are they getting distributed is the key here. He said accessibility. That's not necessarily what is thought about at that time. When we think about why anime gets distributed and dubbing, Japan does not dub the anime, especially at this time period. Japan will have nothing to do with the dub. Now later on, they might have that fund where they help localize stuff, so they might give support in terms of money and maybe translators, but they do not approve the finished project at this point, right? Because it's just like we give you the license and you do what you want with it. That's how it works. When you talk about Astro Boy was completely rewritten for Americans. Like I don't even know how close the English dub at that time is to the original script.
I would imagine it's well, I mean, if we have anything to go by with terms of like 4Kids dubs, I would imagine, especially back in the 60s, I would not be surprised if any sort of Japanese elements were just completely scrubbed from stuff like Astro. I mean,
I've seen interviews at the time though that were like, yeah, we Americanized it. Like that was the point when they rewrote the script. So I don't even know how much translation they even had on board.
Speed Racer, but there's also things
Speed
like
100% just localized. Yeah, there's not. I don't think much of the originals are there at all.
And if we get like later into anime from like the 70s, I mean, we can look at stuff like, you know, stuff that isn't even set in Japan, like Heidi, Akage no An, Moomin is Finnish.
Yes, the 90s one is, because there are several different adaptations, and the 90s one is a co-production, and the English dub, here's a fun little fact for you. The English dub was done by the BBC. So you have an English dub from England, you have a co-production with Finland for a Japanese cartoon from a Finnish comic.
It's well, when we did that video with Lex, and by the way, I should point out at the end of the video he does say he ran a poll here that Lex then basically used his audience to rig. So Lex is to blame. This is all Lex's. But when we did that video with Lex, we watched The Wonderful Adventure of Niels.
This is if
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, if people are interested in this specific kind of this specific era, like the 1950s, sorry, 1960s rather, Neil Nadelman has I guess he's not on Twitter anymore. He's a regular at Anime North. He talks a lot about this period. So like other series that he talks about would be things like, you know, Eighth Man.
Yeah.
Those one with like farm animals as well. And the localization efforts are totally different than what's kind of being presented.
Right.
Of course, they were changed, and there's
but even in terms of like the content that would have been being presented to a Japanese audience, you know, you do have stuff like, again, like Moomin, Akage no An. I was bringing up Niels because we watched that recently, and I'm gonna say
Niels is just on public television. That was on AHK.
Yeah. And Niels is just content tourism for Sweden. It really is. It's actually hilarious.
Like you look at a lot of that. You look at a lot of the anime that blew up, like outside of Japan, and it's like not really Japanese, quote unquote. Like it's from like English or like Western properties, like adapted into animation, or like Galaxy Express and Harlock, which are set in space. And there's like space adventure, like Yamato and Robotech. Like,
but see, Star Wars is where you get into the covert messaging, because you can get little American kids playing with the Yamato. There's certainly no reason at all why they would focus on that ship specifically. Nothing special about that one.
Well, I mean, but so it's, I mean, technically, when we do talk about it, these are Japanese products. These are Japanese works of art that are being played internationally. But as far as educating people, even like implicitly, like or like subconsciously or whatever, on like Japanese culture, I don't really think that would be particularly the case. Something like Astro Boy or Speed Racer.
At this point in the localization, you're missing what would eventually become termed as the Japanese odor.
Yes, which is something that you usually want to scrub away.
Exactly.
A lot of names are also changed. That was also key. Say, for example, if we're talking about the Middle East, because Middle East is, I believe it is brought up sometime in this video, but if you actually look at what happened with the Middle East, it's a bit more complicated than they set up here. So, for example, the Gulf Cooperation Council joined up an institution in 1976 to commission and create basically content for the state TV for cartoons, because they did not have, I guess, the apparatus themselves to create the cartoons for their countries in this area. So what they did is they imported them from different places, but they were dubbed by companies in Lebanon and Syria. And while they did work with people like the Japanese, what was it called, the Japanese Foundation, probably gave them some money towards that, it was these companies in Lebanon and Syria who would have dubbed it, and they would then made it appropriate for those laws for the television. Like there'd be no alcohol, no, like maybe there'd be no blood, no alcohol. There'd be particular censors, there'd be changes of names, changes of things that might be considered blasphemous. That would have all been, cleaned.
Yeah, this is also very similar when you start getting into things like I guess a little bit later on in our timeline, but when in the like introduction of manga to Southeast, like the Philippines, places like Indonesia, you had a lot of pushback from local comic cultures that already existed because of previous colonization or own indigenous, not necessarily indigenous, but their own existing comic markets.
Right. Domestic comic markets.
The domestic comic markets pushing back against what they felt as like believe it or not, as much as soft power is as presented as this kind of again, he kind of did this sort of sinister thing where the framing is that the people, the parents are out in the streets protesting against the Japanese consulate or the visiting Japanese prime minister, while the children are at home being indoctrinated to love Japan. That's a much more simplistic, and it's kind of like people can believe two things at one time. This again comes up in one of the articles in the end of Cool Japan, where the fan cultures that develop especially in previous countries that were previously Japanese colonies during the imperial period, they can develop and hold a view of the Japan has a cool culture, but its politics are still crap, and we do not trust the Japanese state. And that dichotomy is really important, and something that I think really gets just brushed over through this video. It's one of
And when we talk about, I will bring this out in a more broad sense because I have a couple of examples here about how this goes with how these things tend to move. A lot of it is to do with public broadcasting, and the reason that is, and this is not brought up in the video, is that realistically at that time the licenses for Japanese cartoons are actually quite cheap. So public broadcasters all over the world can actually pick them up at a relative price, and it's a lot cheaper than making their own cartoons. When we think about France, at that time, I think during the war, France's animation industry was completely basically busted because of the invasion and whatever happened there, right? So in the 70s, they don't really have the infrastructure. I think they're still building it back, and I don't think they have enough to be just making casual cartoons. So a lot of Japanese cartoons start coming in from the late 70s onwards. And what you'll actually see, though, is that they didn't even know what they were picking up sometimes. So they went on blocks that they probably shouldn't have, which meant there was an actual definitely reactionary political outburst against different shows. And there was almost a forcing to try and get them off public television because they were putting things like Pokemon next to Fist of the North Star.
I think to be fair, I think he does kind of address how cheap it was to use these products because when he's talking about Ochin, he's talking about how they gave them away for free, essentially, to these countries as a means of weaponize it, essentially. And
But
he does mention
it's like a TV show, so it's a little bit different, obviously, than how this works because that's actually strictly to do with the government's foundation plans. Where this is probably more like Toei just throwing its commissions about.
But I think he does bring up a little bit after that, you pair. He's saying something. He's making a point about it. He's like, you pair that with them willing to eat the cost to air their domestic product kind of thing. And
I guess I don't know if there's much cost at the time, right? I don't think Japan had the prestige behind its animation for it to actually even price it any higher. What would be the interest?
If I recall, the point about eating the production, the distribution cost was the drama Oishi.
Right. That's what he uses the initial example, and then I think he does come back around to it a little bit later on, and is kind of saying oh yeah, this is kind of what they're doing as a means to with anime kind of thing.
Now, a key point to also brought up here, because they did mention America, and it may be in this section, I can't quite remember, but they talk about the rising of Japanese culture. But when they brought up anime within America, there is a really big hole that is not discussed in this video. That what we tend to know about Japan in America, right? We remember the Astro Boys and the Speed Racers, etc., right? And then the Star Blazers. Well, when did Star Blazer actually come out in America? 1980. That's a huge gap between the late 60s there. And why is that? Well, if you look at different articles, usually the point brought up is that there was so much American animation coming out in the 60s onwards that Japan could not compete. It was virtually unsaleable. They could not sell their cartoons in America because there were no slots for them. Because they're like, well, we've already got animation. We don't need yours. The only times you see animation break through are on cheap broadcasting stations, if that be in Hawaii or somewhere, or little bits and pieces around there where they're just local stations looking for something to fill a slot. You might see maybe Mazinga C, or you may see other shows. Maybe Voltron will come up, right? But most of those shows that weren't Speed Racer or Astro Boys, the ones that actually got American adaptations eventually 50 years later, later. Most of the other ones did not, obviously. Those are the ones that seem to be considered more successful or more in the conscious memory. But it is not until way, way, way later, probably towards the 90s, where like anime actually took hold in any shape or form in these countries. Now you can make an argument that Italy and France, these kind of places, they got a little bit earlier on the train, and they were like definitely there. They didn't have like dips in the same way, but that's because it's different culture, different space of animation. These people also co-producing animation with Japan from the 80s onwards. You know, you've got things like Sherlock Hound or God, what's the other one? There's the Mystery City of Gold or whatever it's called. But these are like adaptations of European novels usually.
Yes, yeah.
So they're more European.
It's also worth pointing out that like during the 60s, during the 70s, the US was also exporting our cartoons, especially like Hanna-Barbera stuff, to be playing on Japanese television as well. Like we were looking at like the Flintstones was playing on, what was it? Like I think TBS back in the 60s.
Yeah, and it would be on Japan. I think it would be on Cartoon Network as well.
Yeah.
Japan,
So
Cartoon Network Japan.
So it's always worth pointing out that especially when it comes to animation and really just all kinds of media, American media is very, very dominant in Japan.
It is very dominant around the whole world. There is he says something in this video, I think we've probably passed him. That was early on, where he said he thought Japan has the #1 at exporting soft power around the world, which I don't even believe they're #2, frankly.
Yeah. He repeats that quote. He repeats that claim throughout the video. Because I
just don't see it.
I mean, certainly Japanese media is very popular internationally, but when you really, I mean, nowadays, but even still, like when you compare it to like American media, it's not really close, I'd say.
There are so. Again, I don't know if we want to jump around too much, but there are elements of his characterization of the popularity of specifically anime and manga represent in terms of the Japanese state's ability to utilize and make use of that soft power. And that's one of the things he'd never. So, I guess I don't know, spoilers. His central thesis is effectively that because the LDP has been the state government since Meiji, in one form or another. Conservative elements have been in power in Japan most of modern Japanese history. Their central goal post-war is to remilitarize, and they're trying to use their soft power to convince all the other countries around them, especially their neighbors, but especially countries states, that they're no longer a threat, that they're harmless, that they're kawaii, and leveraging that to have a proper military again. That's kind of his thesis with why the Japanese state wants to leverage anime and manga and their culture. That's their goal. That's the goal of the LDP.
Since we're bringing that up, it is a kind of a weird argument that he starts making toward the end, where he's kind of talking about like, well, I've never seen like a
Do we want to
Western.
play it? Do we want to find it in the video so we can?
It's kind of toward the end.
Let me see here.
If we can just sort of find that area, just because I feel like we can kind of work off it a bit better that way.
Yeah, it's towards the end here. Let me see.
And I mean, it's worth noting that he I don't think he ever actually. I don't think he's as concise as I was, but I'm just trying to distill down an argument woven through a 2.5 hour long video.
Right.
Yeah, that's the issue with that. I mean, there's going to be lots of layers of issues. Obviously, that like the LDP only existed since I believe it was like the mid to late 40s. The LDP was created, and it was created in association with the CIA, who funded it because they were at that time the Japanese Socialist Party was in power.
Yes,
and obviously they wanted to collect all these different like splinter right-wing groups into one solidified right-wing group. Sort of like unified group that could then compete and win elections against that group. So that, I mean, America's position at that point obviously was, we do not want left wing to succeed within Japan.
Yeah, and again, to his credit, he does talk about the fact that the reason that America was so quick to turn around and make Japan an ally after such a brutal and bloody war was because the enemy is my friend, and the Soviets are now
in this 1990
persona non gratis.
Yeah.
I think it's around
The thing with it, I
two.
think, is he's a bit slow on it because he starts talking about around 1950 when like that has been the situation since the end of the war. Like instantly, they knew that was going to be the next situation. It wasn't like they just thought of it like out of nowhere. It was, as soon as the war ended, that was their perspective. It didn't just like appear a couple
Here
of
we
years later.
go.
They always had that in mind.
I know that he does talk. I know that he does talk about like initially at one point towards the end of the war, trying to get the fact that the command was trying to effectively get Russia or the USSR to mediate, and then once the Russia, the Soviets declared war, that was no go.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then that was because they wanted to make sure the US was like, we're not about to bleed and give it to the commies. So he kind of mentioned pretty sure he mentioned something to
I
that effect.
believe that was more the incentive for them bombing the Japan, because I think the nuclear bomb take approach, I think, was them to be like, well, we don't want to give it to the Soviets, like the Soviet areas game, because Manchuria was having a war at that point with Korea and China and Soviets. They were all kind of like, it was all popping off.
Yeah.
They didn't want to succeed at like Germany. They did not want to give like half of Japan to,
But I feel like this does kind of
exactly.
So this bit here does kind of get to like the thesis, the core thesis of this video.
We can look at this.
That having been said, the Japanese government has successfully leveraged Japan's cultural industry to create a generation of foreign Japanophiles, of Patrick Hearns, of Basil Hall Chamberlains, who are so in love with the aesthetics of Japan, ensorcelled by the commodified.
I just think his characterization of Chamberlain is really, like, he was absolutely a Japanophile, but he was also very critical. I happen to know him because he actually wrote a short treatise on Bushido, and that was like, it was this completely new foreign thing that got introduced to Japan in the Meiji era. So he was almost to the point. He's an odd one to talk about because I think looking at it now, it's deeply Orientalist text, but I still think that he wasn't the best guy to use, maybe.
Culture they've been packaged and sold, that they have lost sight of what Japan is actually like. This is how you get people who can speak almost fluent Japanese and defend specifically LDP, conservative Japanese policies like remilitarization, or who can tell you exactly what conservative users on Japanese Twitter think about the inclusion of Yasuke in Assassin's Creed, but can't tell you a single thing about Japanese politics outside of said conservative policies, or about Japanese society outside of its aesthetics. I've never met a single Western weeb who considers themselves, for example, a Japanese progressive, or has any idea what that even means.
Yeah, that's not right.
I can even propose.
Wrong.
Yeah, well, it's very like anecdotal, is what I would say.
It doesn't help because I feel like in some part, like, it would not be the fault of someone who is not Japanese or is not invested in like Japanese history to not know about Japanese progressionist history unless they saw it in something that they were watching, because it would be like asking, well, do you know anything about Icelandic progressionism?
No.
It's
the
just
difficulty
like,
is that
What?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say you go. I'm gonna go.
Okay. The difficulty is effectively that he's sort of treating it like the people who are. I think part of the problem is that his Moon Channel's primary interaction with weebs or otaku online are people who are like flaming him in his videos, and the online reactionary trolls. Which one? They're trolls. Two, it's kind of weird that he kind of I don't think he's I may be being uncharitable here, but I think the reason that
I think he's thinking of people like this.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. But I also think that like this person's conservatism or reactionary views aren't because of they watched anime. They watch anime and then they read and get from anime what they want that already reinforces their existing views, and this is what progressives do as well.
Yes.
Interestingly enough, when example, like Susan Napier, who is one of the kind of I would say pioneering anime scholars, let's say.
Yeah, she's been around
obviously,
a long time.
other people have been writing longer than her, but she's been she was there quite early. She has a really good book. It's called Impressionism to Anime. The effectively it's like Japan is fantasy and the imagination. So she actually kind of traces the same kind of general timeline that Moon Channel talks about. So if you kind of want a more substantiated narrative of that, I definitely recommend the book. But in that book, she underwent an ethnographic survey of because she's been teaching this stuff for quite a while. So there we go. When she does interviews with with fans of anime, and the kind of reactions and information gets basically the exact opposite of what Moon Channel's conclusion is. That the people she talks with tend to be more it's a bit utopian. That's one of the criticisms of this specific book. But the people she interacts with tend to be much more also realistic about their understanding of Japanese culture than an average person at the time have been. They don't think that it's like this magical fantasy. Their opinions tend to be much more grounded because they recognize. So one of the neat quotes. I just got to see if I can find it. So give me. If you guys want to chat? Let me just see if I can.
Sure.
I mean, that makes sense because it's like if you're some kid growing up in like the fucking rural part of Texas or something, like you're going to probably be more open to like different cultures to be able to sit there and like consume anime, right?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
You're not if you're kind of more conservative leaning already. You're probably like, what the fuck? This is just kind of weird. Why is this dude walking on them in the shower? What the fuck? This is like.
Yeah, it would remind me of when I was younger, right? I don't know if I really registered that anime was Japanese per se, but I think my parents must have, because I'm trying to think like back then, how would I have even registered that it was?
Right. Yeah.
I feel like it's my parents that could kind of register this is not from here. Where to me, it's just a cartoon, right? I've been told this, but when I get confused, I remember distinct memories of being like watching Dragon Ball and being like, why is the background letters? Why are they in English then if it's Japanese? I don't get it. Like, that's not Japanese text.
I remember like Pokemon, right? Like it was parents that were like, "Oh, this is like a Japanese like pyramid Ponzi scheme." They're like, my dad specifically was like, "They're fucking selling us these pieces of cardboard and like extorting us for money or some shit."
What the hell would they think about like gotcha games nowadays?
Same deal, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say, except it's not even cardboard now. It's just nothing. It's just data.
Don't even get cardboard.
Ones and zeros.
I remember like news broadcasts at the time were very like the biggest latest craze from Japan, that kind of thing. So
that's how they would taste it.
Yes, well, I mean, if I feel like the South Park episode is actually very, very reflective of what a lot of views towards Pokemon and that sort of Japanese media in the 2000s was like.
Yeah, and there's also the hyper-violent edge was there.
Yes.
It's important to register. I don't know if it might have only been passed on here, but like beginning with in the 90s, especially in England and America, a lot of those cartoons were coming through the sort of like rental video market as being basically grindhouse. It was grindhouse anime. It was these more like X-rated, hyper-violent, bloody sort of stuff you wouldn't see usually on television, kind of the effects. And those are the things that got the attention.
Things like Akira, which is also referenced in South Park in the Trapper Keeper episode.
Yeah.
Well, that was reflective in like the people that liked anime at the time too. Like if you go look at like interviews from like conventions and stuff from the early 2000s, when people are like, "Oh, so why do you like anime?" Like almost I would say like 50%, 60s, like it's a significant amount of time. They're gonna be like, "Oh, it's not like those other cartoons. This is for adults."
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, it's got gore. It's got boobs.
There's a really interesting I guess it was BBC documentary called Manga from 1993, where you had like Jonathan Ross literally asking British fans at that time who like in like the early 90s, like, why are you watching anime? And they were kind of like giving their description of people who just watched like Akira at like a local showing, and they're kind of giving their like opinion of like animation is so different, it's not what you're going to see, and they kind of give you those sort of feelings about
was that in reaction to Overfiend?
They're talking about Akira then, but they probably would have seen Overfiend. But I think
I remember there's a big moral panic about Overfiend.
Yes, in England, but it was also kind of manufactured by Manga Video because they knew it would be
right. Yeah.
But it's very interesting Overfiend in that way because there was a lot of there was even political there were sort of like local MPs who were like quite perturbed by it, and the version I think in England is probably more censored than the American one because of that. And even the BFI left like an unmasked, super racist thing in the rating board because usually they give a comment on everything they rate in the British Film Institute, and the one they left for the Overfiend is so racist. They've left it there. You can see it. It's like on public record.
Let me see. Am I able to pull it up and show it on stream?
You can, yeah. I mean, it's something along the lines of like Japanese men's penises are so small they have to envision them as giant tentacles.
Oh God,
raping people or something. Like, and it's like, bro, that's not part of the rating. Your opinion is not part of the rating.
God, what's the British Rating Institute?
It's called the British Film Institution. So you could probably find the British Film. Well, that's the BFI. So yeah, probably British Film Institution ratings for Legend. You might get it from that if you just Google that. But they have like a big archive of all their like ratings that you can probably find somewhere. It's mentioned in an article I definitely know of by I believe it's by Clements and McCarthy. They mention it at some point and they bring that up. But I don't know if it's too hard to find.
Yeah, they definitely talk about that in the anime.
But it's worth pointing out is that is kind of not what the LDP wants when it comes to promoting Japanese culture. It is, and that's kind of the problem when it comes to using anime as a vehicle, is because anime has, if anything, anime, manga, otaku works, especially like doujinshi, have caused a lot of problems in terms of perceptions of Japan internationally, where it's like, oh, it's this land of I can't say this on stream. Actually,
it's the phrase
PDF files, I guess, was what would be the term.
Yeah, land. Yeah,
pizza.
Yes,
the Candy Palace.
So this specific aspect is actually kind of the central thread that holds the end of Cool Japan together. Mark McClellan, the late Mark McClellan, characterizes it as Japan has moved the empire of technology to the empire of CP.
Yes,
and this is a this is kind of one of the there's another it's actually a pretty short article that is basically about the three kind of waves of contemporary or modern Orientalism as it relates to Japan. There's the techno. There's sort of the there's initial Orientalism. There's in the 1980s what's characterized by techno Orientalism. And then finally, you have which is the wacky Japan.
Right.
And that kind of gets tied into the whole CP thing. And so, as you have just mentioned, that knowledge, and especially again, the end of Cool Japan is very much about looking into media panics and the way that media specific frames and
Richard,
talks
real
about
quick,
Japan.
You may want to adjust the sensitivity on Discord because you are cutting out a little bit.
I think the issue is my mic, to be perfectly honest. Is that any better?
I think so.
I can hear you right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
so this is how bad it is. I just went on the it's called the BBFC website for ratings, and they have removed, I think they've removed all text that they have written on everything, because I'm now looking at the info from their rating of Legend of the Overfiend, and there is no words on it, surprisingly. It used to be here. I've seen it before, but it is not on their website anymore.
Go to the we've got the film archive. Maybe that
archive, yeah. But yeah, on their main website, they've removed all their little comments for each film. They just like the ratings. Interesting.
But I have like this excerpt from an interview with Patrick Galbraith, where he talks about specifically Akihabara culture under the Cool Japan Fund, and specifically in terms of the Japanese government essentially trying to sanitize Akihabara and otaku culture in order to make it more palatable for an international audience, and especially in the lead up to things like comically the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, of which no one was allowed to visit Japan at that point, but it still ended up panning out because Japanese tourism is booming right now.
Yeah, because that obviously been off so long.
Is that from Struggle from Imagination?
This is an interview with henryjenkins.org.
Okay. I see.
But it is something I believe he talks about in Struggle for Imagination as well.
I think he also talks about it in eroticism. Was it erotic comics, the history of erotic comics in Japan?
In Japan.
Yeah.
I believe. No, I think it was Disney Plus's anime producer had said something recently. A lot of these, when you talk about like platform, colonizing or platform imperialism, a lot of these people, especially like Katakawa or people who are running these servers, keep saying, things like anime needs to change for international audience. They keep saying these kind of like ominous things that get picked up, and obviously then there's a big reaction to it, and they have to kind of like pull back a bit. But they do keep saying that, like they kind of want, when they're promoting this stuff they want it to be more clean.
Right.
They like that clean, and that is kind of important to say that there is a level of like what you might want to call I don't know if I want to use it too heavily, but maybe self-censorship would be the word, where like there is a sort of understanding by these companies that they don't want to look bad on the world stage as a Japanese company, so they are somewhat aware of like certain things. Were like, oh, I don't know if we'd want that on Disney Plus, because it could be bad look for us,
Yeah, there is, and this is something that the video doesn't really get into, is that there absolutely is a tension between otaku culture, Japanese government, and Japanese soft
Japanese
power
producers.
Yeah.
To be in the interest of playing devil's advocate and being fair to the video, he kind of primes a lot with like saying like, I'm not saying like it's all anime or like all studios are all doing this, and that there aren't, like, he does kind of get into that. I guess it would kind of tie into like a large criticism I had for the overarching video as a whole, that he kind of tries to take this more nuanced approach while leaning really heavily into this narrative he's kind of forming. Where
Yeah, it's kind of like he says he wants to be nuanced, but the argument he's making is very unnuanced. So it's kind of more like it's like the sort of like, I'm trying to be nuanced, but like there is kind of a lot of area where it might be better if we just watch some of the latest sequences to kind of get this impression. Because I do have a quote here that I might relate it to, which is, I have a quote here from the 70s from someone who worked as an animator on Go Panda Go, or Panda Go Panda Go Panda.
Yeah.
Now this would be a perfect case, if you didn't know the story properly, to try and use that kind of soft power angle, because it was made with the impression of like, we're trying to repair the relationship between China and Japan right now. There's relations between Japan and China getting better, so we're going to make a show about a panda because it's the symbol of China. Now, if you look at the quote though, how does it say that happened? Well, it says that Miyazaki was planning to do Pippi Longstockings, and allegedly there were some problems with the author for that one. But Toho also suddenly took the money away and said, suddenly they asked us to produce something involving pandas because the prime minister at the time and the premier of China had shook hands, restoring diplomatic relationships. So we wanted something to kind of like relate to that. They were kind of reacting to the times.
Didn't Pippi Longstockings production also just fall through though, because they couldn't get like permission from the creator?
That is what is said. I'm not sure 100% sure if that's confirmed, but that's generally the idea, that it was like that. But they kind of moved all their production very quickly into Panda Go Panda. And Toho, again, one of the biggest film producers in Japan, suddenly switched the gears. So either it wasn't working out for whatever reason with the author, or maybe there was other problems delaying it, but they just switched gears very quickly and just used all this material straight away on this new work, basically.
But that, I think that's actually a pretty like salient example
this is about,
of that
like,
sort of thing.
Private film companies kind of following politics today, opposed to governments pushing them to follow it. It's
right.
Like they're kind of like they're going with the trends.
You follow the money essentially.
Yeah. And I think one of the other issues with his general narrative is that he kind of conflates what the state would like to do with what actually happens and the efficacy of those efforts.
Now, I think the state would love to do this shit. I'm sure the state would love to have so much power and influence that they can like control the whole anime industry and then make tons of money from it, and like it's all prosperous for them and it all gives them good cultural points. I'm sure they'd love that to be the case, when realistically governments aren't that great at this sort of stuff.
That's kind of the oh god, what's happening to my voice? That's kind of the thing, is that, and he does address this a little bit in the video, is that Cool Japan is kind of like the Cool Japan Fund, Cool Japan Initiative from the government is kind of seen as a failure, essentially.
A massive failure.
Yeah, it lost a lot of money. Now he makes this case that like making money was never the point. It's about like hearts and minds. But I don't even know if we've like necessarily seen that sort of shift either necessarily, at least not to like the pronounced effect that he's discussing. And if we have, he doesn't really present much evidence of that either.
I feel like the Cool Japan project is not strictly anime. In fact, I think that would probably be one of the minority positions on it, because it's a very wide thing, and I think it goes for a lot of different industries. And you could say it failed at them, because I'm sure they were trying to promote, I think Sam said, sumos, probably Japanese culture, maybe saunas, and different like little different pieces of stuff. It would be crafting or metalwork. I'm sure one of the biggest exports for Japan is steel. Bigger than anime.
One of the more infamous examples he gives, and he talks about this with respect to Thai food, is how, like, internationally Thai food is like Thai restaurants are subsidized by the Thai government. Japan has also done similar things, and one of the more infamous and widely mocked examples of the Japanese government trying to do this is part of like the whole like washoku thing. And specifically the sushi police, which I don't think it ever got that far. I think it was mostly just like various politicians brought it up, and then they were basically laughed out of the room domestically and abroad as being like,
because I think it came from a situation where because I wrote about this in a video once. If I remember right, it's that one of these people, they went to California and they had Korean stuff on a Japanese menu, and they were just like shocked about that. I was like, what the fuck? So there's a lot of little racism there, maybe a little really concerted soft power.
And they were like,
but then when they interviewed the person there, he was like, yeah, I'm Korean.
Now,
of course it's gonna be.
Don't tell him what yakiniku is.
This is actually a really interesting point, because in his own sources, exactly, this is one of the ones talking about this fact that the Cool Japan Fund has lost so much money, like billions of yen.
Yes.
One of the issues they talk about a store. They talk about a store they tried setting up. I don't remember what city it was in, but it was like the store itself had like American goods, it had Korean goods, it had like things that that was
probably more about the failure.
That's the Nikkei Asia way floundering. In that article, it talks about the fact that one of the kind of conspiratorial kind of sinister things he kind of ties this all back into is one of the other ones you had opened up, which is about what Japan. That's it. Yeah, the Isetan stores. He tries to make this case where the moving forward, what they're going to try to do is consolidate, and that means more control, and that's where like the sinister part.
Right.
What they're talking about is just having a cohesive marketing and well implemented strategy, so that you're not sending this mixed message where you've got Korean food and Western books being sold alongside Japanese goods, because how is that Japanese?
Right. Yeah.
Just strictly, it says Japan. That's all that matters, right?
And there was actually a recent article, and I can understand why maybe this wouldn't make it into the video, because this came out June 4th.
Yeah, I remember posting this one.
Yeah, new Cool Japan strategy aims to generate 50 trillion yen, or about $320 billion by 2033.
It's like how?
It's like how? I have no idea. Will it work? Probably not, if we're just going based on like how it went last time.
Shoot
but
for the stars and land on the moon, baby.
Do more to promote anime, video games, and other digital works abroad.
Now let's talk about this a little bit, because I think there's some points I could bring up here about Japan's failures in this area, in terms of like Japan has tried, and maybe there was some funding from the government to do this, but they did try and make their own Japanese streaming services for international viewers.
Oh yeah,
I think the last one was called was it called Sayuki? There was a couple different ones that came out, but they all got shut down.
Yeah, they.
I used to use one of them to watch Dragon Ball Super, but yeah, it died before I think the series even ended.
I vividly remember a couple years ago there was a YouTube channel that got launched called Anime Log. Maybe I could find it.
Yes, yeah, that's still out there, but I think that's just for tiny licenses.
Yes, but it was like when it was brought up, everyone was talking about like, oh, this is Japan cutting out the middleman or whatever.
Japan has tried to cut out the middleman many times, and
they're fighting back against Crunchyroll. It just fails, and it got to the point where
there it is.
Sony. I don't know. There are many of them, but the point is,
it might even be locked for America now.
I don't know if I can find it anymore. But
again, it's how successful can you be if you can't even fucking find the channel?
Well, it's also the shows that they were putting on it were like lesser known World Masterpiece Theater stuff. Yeah, stuff from like the 70s, like very lesser known stuff.
They didn't stay.
Yeah, Japan has not really been able to compete in the streaming market all that well. If anything, what we're seeing now is an increase in the involvement of companies like Netflix, of companies like Disney.
They don't have a choice, basically. Yes. So what's happened, and which kind of interesting, they also tried this with Japan also tried this with streaming. They tried to get into music streaming, Sony specifically. So Sony is one of the more successful companies internationally when you think about what they've done for electronics and games. They've done probably the best of maybe any Japanese company, but there are a lot of areas where they have failed miserably. And also it's important to state things like Sony is successful in a very limited sense. There's a lot of different variations of Sony, but like mainly they're successful on the ground of domestic Japanese banks, Japanese video games, and Japanese electronics. Everything else, not so much. They are fairly successful in music, but only in Japan. They have Sony Music, which is relatively successful in Japan, but it doesn't make a ton of money in comparison. And then you have Sony Film, which is actually a American company, and those are the people who bought
Sony
Crunchyroll.
Pictures.
Sony Pictures is the people who negotiated the deal for Sony to buy Crunchyroll, because when you can't beat them, you join them. And what else happened? High Dive was also bought by Sentai Works, because they can't compete in those areas, so they had to buy them out because they have failed to try and actually budge themselves into the market. So instead of losing it, and Crunchyroll's the same. Crunchyroll was also bought by Sony.
Yeah, so let's follow the money trail here via Wikipedia. We have Crunchyroll LLC, which is owned by Sony Pictures Television,
which is an American branch, I believe.
Which is an American TV production company.
It's not even a Japanese branch that owns it.
Yeah, which is then owned by Sony Pictures, which is an American company, which then falls under the broader the broader Sony Entertainment conglomerate.
Yes.
Now,
but its headquarters is also in New York.
Yeah, it still says it's managed by its American subsidiary. So
so like this isn't necessarily Japanese soft power as much as it is multimedia company soft power, international multimedia. But there is some Japanese to it. Like we could definitely argue about. He doesn't bring this up, but the stuff about the Crunchyroll award changes would definitely lead to some form of like soft power, if that is domestic or international. That they've made it now in Japan, it's all in Japanese and stuff like that, instead of being in LA. Like that's definitely a change that probably was made by Sony.
And he does bring up that
you will not see Sony Pictures on there.
You will not see Sony Pictures. You will see goddamn it, I can't translate it. What the hell? How do you spell Sony in Japanese?
All the other ones, I think Sony Entertainment, not Sony. I think Sony Gaming's on there, and Sony Electronics are on the list, but not Sony Pictures.
I didn't remember seeing anything from Kadokawa on that list either.
I think Kadokawa. I did see Kadokawa on that list. Unfortunately, I don't have my handy dandy Google Translate.
Kadokawa wants you to, they want to produce 45 anime a year, and so that's going to be for international markets and working with them.
Well, so Sony is on here, but it's like Japanese Sony companies. They're not funding. The Japanese government is not funding the American company Sony Pictures, which is something important to bring up.
Yeah, and there's also an interesting thing that came out not so long ago. I can't remember where it was from, but it was like, what are millennials in America watching their anime on when it's not piracy? And the biggest one was Netflix.
Oh, yeah.
Second was Disney Plus, I think, or was it? Maybe Amazon. It was like Netflix, Disney Plus, Hulu. Fourth, Crunchyroll. So Japan, at best, has been able to get the fourth biggest way that young people are watching stuff in America.
Yes, so streaming. It goes.
So that's kind of not great, but because they can't buy Amazon, they can't buy Disney, they can't buy Netflix. Right. And Hulu is under Disney now.
Hulu's under Disney,
Yeah, and they're going to combine those. So basically, that's going to be Disney Plus. So it's Netflix, Hulu, Amazon. Those are Japan can't do shit against them. So it just had to buy Crunchyroll.
Right. Which Crunchyroll is pretty big, especially if we're talking about like you want to watch like seasonal anime. Sure, that's where you go. But in terms of like,
it's not really the majority
right?
And the other thing that gets lost in the weeds with a lot of this is the very loose use of the word funding.
Yes.
If you say it's funding it, it's like, oh, they're paying for everything. It's like, no, they're contributing some money towards a company, but it's not like that's where even like all, let alone the majority of the money is coming from.
Do we want to just go back to the video for a second and let one of the summary bits play, just so we can use that as kind of meat for what we're talking about?
Yeah. So
because there's not much left of the video at that point. We can kind of let it play.
So let me see if I can find where he's discussing.
Especially the gate part, because gate part's quite interesting to talk about.
Yeah, we could talk about gate all day.
Because gate has awesome. It's a lot of pieces we need to talk about, which are not mentioned in this video, and probably
there's a lot going on with gate, especially when we talk about top down versus like grassroots productions. And
this would be good to like mention, especially when they're talking about companies. This is all stuff that's fairly relevant. We could just start wherever in the. You could start at the beginning of it.
I'm trying to see where he talks about like consolidation and the cool Japan.
Yeah, you missed it. You would have passed it, didn't you? Because he showed
God
the graph.
The consolidation part's towards the end when it's like the weighing. It's around here. Investment criteria.
Yeah. We could just play it from here and find it.
Here we go.
Hard to pin down to any risk capital a number of shares equivalent to 50% or more of the total number of shares issued by the fund. In other words, the Japanese government began efforts to directly and explicitly subsidize cultural products that met its specific criteria. Quoting now from the Cool Japan Fund's own website, Cool Japan Fund aims to commercialize the attractiveness unique to Japanese lifestyle and culture and increase overseas demand by providing risk capital for businesses across a variety of areas. That is the stated objective. And the Cool Japan Fund was hardly the only subsidizing initiative undertaken by the Japanese government.
I desperately hope we do not get copyright claimed for this music.
It'll be fine. It's just a stream.
Directives and subsidies flowed into Japan's cultural industry in myriad ways, in that very Japanese, bureaucratic keiretsu way. Hard to pin down to any one source, but pervasive and web-like. Which brings us now to the crux of the video. A deal with the devil always comes with strings attached. Government subsidies, political subsidies, often come with political demands and political consequences.
Okay, so
on that same Cool Japan
I'm kind of not comfortable with this. I said something before, and I'll say it now just quickly, that like the argument that they're making here is the equivalent of saying the British government is trying to make shows like Wallace and Gromit and Doctor Who, which have some government subsidies, Doctor Who obviously made directly by the government funding, to try and erase Britain's ex-colonist past. That's what you're trying to say.
Right.
When you talk about this in a very devious way. And those things definitely have more funding or more specific areas. Like Wallace and Gromit is from a animation studio in Britain, so it has government subsidies in terms of like tax breaks and other stuff like that, because all British companies do. But like, yeah, Doctor Who's made directly by the state, but like it's a little bit of a really like government.
Well, he brings up strings attached, and it's like, well, what are those strings attached? A good example that he brings up is the first Little Witch Academia.
But we can talk about that. That's really interesting though, because
yes, we can. Let's talk about Little Witch Academia.
Right, the funding of that is roughly $2 million, which is the government gives to the. They give it to a group, the labor group. So it doesn't go. What happens is the government has a fund each year of about $2 million-ish, and then they give that to the Japanese Animation Labor Group, which has a particular name, and then. The Japanese Creators Association. Japanese Creators Association is not a government institution; it's a labor group. So the money goes to the labor group. The labor group then gets people to pitch shorts, and usually there are some very small specifics. One of those specifics in the past needs to be set in Japan, and that's generally how this goes. It's usually really small like that, like has to be set in Japan, has this one little theme. That's usually the government like caveat. And then what happens then is lots of different companies come up to the association. Sometimes 12 or so companies will come up to, only 4 will be picked. And then they will pitch their idea to them. And then the group will then choose 4 of them. With the situation with Little Witch Academia, it was then given probably like $500,000 or whatever the equivalent would be in yen. Not a ton of money. And they make a 40-minute short with it.
Mm-hmm.
Where is exactly the massive government insight? In fact, there's levels to this which then avoid the government having too much control, because you're sending that money to a labor group who then makes the decisions. It's not the final decision about what is in, what isn't in the thing. You have that obfuscation level, so the government is not doing that kind of thing.
And it's a matter of, well, what are the strings attached? What are the goals of this? And it actually is rather explicit here on Wikipedia, where it says one of the reasons for the support of the Agency of Cultural Affairs, which is a government agency, is the concern that more of the Japanese animation process is being outsourced overseas, thus leading to a decline in opportunities to teach animation techniques within Japan. So, and we have to keep in mind, so Little Witch Academia is 2013, and if we go back to our handy dandy chart, wherever on God's green earth I put it in this now, there are too many. Here we go. So 2013. This probably would have been even earlier, like 2011, 2012, even when this was like
the first one.
When this was like hashed out. The overseas market was declining at that time. It wouldn't have been much of a concern. This is not the Japanese government funding an anime production in order to present.
You know what we should do? Actually, you know what we could do to better understand this if we go down to the limited sense.
Oh, yes.
Because that's actually about what studios make.
Oh, yeah.
Look how tiny the overseas market is now. Even now.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. It's yeah. This is the revenue that studios are seeing.
It's minuscule.
It's
in comparison to TV, even.
It is comically small. So it's not like the Japanese government in this case anyway is providing this money with the understanding that, okay, these works will be then distributed internationally and we want to present a certain image to Japan. It's more so we need to, our animation industry is increasingly becoming dependent on international companies to handle productions. And we need to...
In the Philippines, South Korea, even in China, there's actually a deal in 2018, I believe, where they, with certain areas of China, they've made about like, using support from the Chinese animation industry.
Oh yeah, I think there was something recently about like through a subcontractor of a subcontractor stuff was being worked on in North Korea.
Oh, that happens too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not uncommon. There are definitely animation studios. Even America does that though.
Oh yeah.
The last Endem was animated in North Korea.
So it's the rationale here does not seem to be that this is being made with the idea of swaying or presenting a certain image of Japan to an international market. It is very much like we need to bolster our domestic animation industry, essentially.
This, actually, if we think about this, is that these shorts, and Little Witch Academia is probably a good sign of that, where like it technically triggers IP, so the government does not own that IP,
right?
And then they could use that fund money and to train it to make that, and then they went from that to then pitch that IP to someone else to make a full series, which then has nothing to do with the government. But that was then for a production committee. But likely they own the IP. So like the IP of Little Witch Academia is at least like triggers in some way, maybe better because they did it through government funding to get that first bit, the pitch movie, you could say. So maybe there's some benefit there that like the government doesn't own Little Witch Academia.
Yeah.
Like Megacorp, maybe they'd have like more stronger ownership.
Now there is an interesting. Oh, sorry, go.
No, go ahead. I was gonna say if you go back to the video where he kind of tries to make the where they talk about the government having specific controlling shares. This is like broadly, this isn't for like every single product they fund, right?
Right.
Yeah, let's let it play for a minute so we let them.
Yeah.
Website under its investment criteria, we see the fine print, the quiet part spoken aloud. Cool Japan Fund makes investment decisions based on 3 criteria. Number 1, alignment with policy. Number 2, profitability and performance, and number 3, wider influence as defined by the Japanese government.
But was it actually the
what is it again, what are like the specifics in terms of like alignment with policy?
It might have been Cool Japan, but I think it was a trust that gave the money. Cultural trust.
Yeah, for Little Witch Academia,
directly came from a cultural trust opposed from the Cool Japan project itself. But it could be from that money. I don't know.
But Little Witch Academia should be taken as like an example of something where, just because the government is providing funds through some means for one of these productions, does not mean that it is part of like any sort of soft power strategy, nor does it necessarily like mean that they are having like a particularly strong influence over the content of what is being produced.
It's not really within the government's interest to manage every episode. There's a lot of effort to have someone to look through that. You've got to think about the amount of manpower it takes to actually check every little bit and then approve it, and how much that affects time.
Right, and if it got to that point, I mean, I was trying to find this article recently, where the Japanese government was actually trying to provide funding to various Japanese studios in order to improve the quality of animation being produced, and a lot of studios turned that funding down. Specifically because they did not want, the government to be like particularly involved, and they also wanted, they do things a certain way for specific reasons.
Yeah, that money might not be useful in the broader sense, especially if there's like a guy from the government. They have to keep like tabs on them every month, and it's just more work, right?
Mm-hmm. One thing I do want to bring up is that where the hell do I keep putting the damn PDF? Here we go. There's an interesting implication of this graph as well, which as we see overseas revenue increasing in the anime industry, what that means is overseas companies are also becoming more and more involved with anime production as well. And this is something that Toshio Okada talks about. Now, Toshio Okada is not necessarily the most reliable source of information.
He was a producer at one point, so I
he
guess
was.
That much
and the fact that this was reposted by the Animator Dormitory, I feel like does also lend a bit more credibility to the veracity of what he's talking about here.
Some production committees will fuck you. I can say that he definitely knows that much.
But what he talks about is that the reason that anime budgets are still so low, animes are still being paid so little, and yet, the animation industry is making so much money, and, there's more and more anime coming out every year, is essentially due to a mix of Japanese collusion between Japanese companies in order to maintain a certain stake in the production of anime, in a way that basically caps the budget at, like, let's say $2 million. So if a company is like, okay, we will invest $500,000, whatever the equivalent of that would be in yen, we will invest $500,000, but we want 25% control over the project, that effectively then caps the budget at $2 million. But when you start to see a lot of overseas revenue, when you start to see a lot of American corporations, a lot of Chinese corporations investing in the anime industry, these Japanese companies obviously do not want to be crowded out by this overwhelming amount of foreign investment into the industry. So what they then do is they orchestrate it such that international investment from places like China, from places like the United States, gets divvied up among all of these different productions, which is why you then have like a boom, and it's like why we have 50 shows per season essentially, and the budgets are all still kept relatively the same, despite the animation industry making so much money. Now, the reason I bring that up,
the other side of that obviously is that just because there's more money doesn't mean that it's going to the animators.
That's the other thing. But it does kind of throw this whole idea of like, okay, the Japanese government having a being able to wrangle the anime industry, it kind of complicates that, because now they also, not only do they have to be wrangling these Japanese companies like Sony or Kadokawa or what have you when it comes to the production of anime, but now they also need to be wrangling with the influence of these international companies as well, and their ability to do so is going to be much more limited by virtue of the fact that they are international companies. So when he talks about when he brings up this article and he talks about things like consolidation and control, it's like he brings that back to Momotaro and the Japanese government, commissioning animation works to be made during the early 20th century. But I don't think that it's really within the capacity of the Japanese government to exercise that anywhere near that degree of control on the anime industry as it stands today. I just don't. It's like, it's the animation industry in Japan is so much larger now. There are so many more parties involved. It's not really
there was actually an article written a couple days ago from the NHK that was talking about this, and one of the things brought up was that this is not mentioned in the video. It's probably kind of important that like anime is made by production committee, right? Is what we're saying here, is that multiple companies come together. Even when we're talking about NHK, who is the public broadcaster of Japan, when they fund an anime, they are only one party and usually a 4-company system plus the production committee, the little group itself. So they are only one part, maybe like a quarter of the funding maybe is from them. If not, maybe, somewhere between that to 30-40%. Now, the issue a lot of people would critique the government for is that they kind of let these sort of companies run wild in the industry without regulation, and have left them to basically steal all the money from the actual studios that make Japan anime. And the issue with the theory that says that like the government is now going to turn anime even bigger and more like encroaching on the situation is that anime for a lot of people people have been shouting about like we're hitting a plateau, we're going to crash because there's just not enough animators. The industry is paid too poorly. It's at a breaking point. There's too much work. There's too much anime. There's all these problems where like there's no physical way for them to get more out of it. It's already kind of at this like really bad limit, and like there's a lot of problems with that. And like the government, I think people would argue for more government intervention, if that be for better wages or like more legislation between like how much a company can own of your IP or like how they should be funded. This like the production committee method may be basically completely unhelpful for like actually the country, because if the vested interest of the government is like the success of these studios in some way, they need them not to go bankrupt, and a lot of them are like hugely in the red, even the ones operating. And the animators are so poor, like especially on the bottom edge.
Oh yeah.
It's so hard to get labor, and that means it's hard to expand. It's hard to make things work. The deadlines are shit. Everything there is like they're literally what has been said recently. Is that like the prime minister has had to say like, yeah, we're going to have like we've like funding basically an investigation in like the conditions of the anime to work on trying to make it better, because that's where their plan is going. Is that to be like we can't.
Also, Steve, your mic is getting like I have you at 200% on Discord now. Your mic is so quiet. I don't know how that's coming across on. Yeah, Steve got extremely quiet there. I was trying to like. Oh god. That was the loudest. Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think it's my wires. I think some of my wires are a little bit loose. So I'm just they are playing up a bit.
Volume warning.
Am I? Oh, I'm ready.
All right, I think we're good now. God, that was scary.
1, 2. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna. Yeah, sorry, it's probably my wires because I've just replugged everything, and I think some of them are getting loose, and I'm losing power. So I'm losing my like preamp. So let me just pop.
Anyway, I will say, there has been a general. Yeah, here we go. This article came out recently.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, they're mentioning there that the government is looking into it. In terms of like, and that doesn't really mean much. So like, the government's still talking about it like entrepreneurially, but like there is some thought that like only government intervention can save it now. Which means like obviously they're not involved as much as that he is alluding to in the video.
Yeah.
And this is part of one of the primary critiques with video is that it is very heavy on inference and implication and incredibly thin on evidence.
That's kind of the thing, is that there's a lot of like, when we talk about strings attached.
Should we let him make his sort of case?
Yeah. Do you guys have any like specific clips you want me to like pull up here for what he's talking?
We could get to the gate bit, I guess.
Yeah, let's talk about
really let him play. Let the whole gate area play, and we'll talk about that.
Yeah. So where does gate
come? That's a very specifically pointed kind of conclusion.
Gate is his gold standard for evidence.
Right.
What he part of the problem with his thing is very thin on evidence is that he never shows it. He basically uses the two anime he directly speaks about are Gate and Attack on Titan. And Attack on Titan, he basically just shows a screen cap with some memes and like an FD signifier video.
Right.
And kind of talks about people being like, oh, fascism is cool now because AOT is popular.
Yeah.
But I think he really hangs his case on Gate. And part of the problem is that if this is so endemic in the industry, he would have more than just one or two and a Vocaloid song to demonstrate. He'd be able to just pull any anime anywhere to show what's going on.
Yeah.
But he doesn't do that. And
I would also say that Gate isn't. To me, it seems to me that Gate isn't particularly popular.
I guess it kind of depends. Internationally, I would say it's popular, but it's not the most.
Massive,
it's not massive. It's not Attack on Titan. It's not Sword Art Online or anything like that. Demon Slayer.
But I was going to play it, and then we can get to the
And the Japanese government has been essentially a lowercase c conservative single-party state since World War II, a party with a direct.
Okay, I don't know. Like that's a
not
whole.
True again, because the socialists actually took over after
Yeah,
World War II.
and
You can see it on the board there.
Yeah.
We'll stick a pin in this because I don't know if we want to talk about.
Yes, we don't want to get into that. I mean, 1994 also changed hands, but yeah, we don't want to get
And
into that.
94, 2009. Yeah, it's wrong.
Yes.
Has found its way into Japanese military propaganda. Keep in mind that I am not calling your anime has found to the imperial military government that preceded it, and thus more and more anime has found its way into Japanese military propaganda. Keep in mind that I am not calling your favorite anime's writer or creator a government propaganda mouthpiece. It's likely that they don't have a say in any of this, or that it's beyond their pay grade. Oftentimes, this propaganda is merely a co-opting of anime aesthetics to help create a bridge in the viewer's mind between the Japanese military and anime. The JSDF
Now,
is totally different.
If I could stop for 1 sec, just because it's relevant. He used the word co-opt, and that is actually specific. So Nye, when he's talking about how soft power works, is that hard power is coercion and soft power is co-opting. So anything that happens with anything that basically happens in terms of soft power is always already a co-op, always already co-opted, basically.
From anyone else's military, look how kawaii it is. We are different. To use an American example of a similar idea, but ratcheting up the shock and awe instead of down, Michael Bay doesn't care if the US military uses Transformers for propaganda if he gets to have helicopters in his movies for free.
It's probably Japanese.
In any case, anime promoted by or subsidized by Japanese government grants that just so happen to support the ruling Liberal Democratic Party's narratives, such as Attack on Titan for a subtle example, or Gate, a fantasy...
Okay.
Is Attack on Titan actually subsidized in any way, though? Because
so
that is
yeah,
a very
he doesn't.
popular manga,
or subsidized.
Studio.
Yeah.
Isn't it Shueisha? Does Shueisha own that one, or is it Kadokawa who owns?
Wasn't Attack on Titan Shonen Jump or?
Shueisha obviously owns Shonen Jump, so if it is, then I can't remember.
Yeah, sorry, but
it's one of the biggest shonen papers.
It's Basatsu Shonen magazine, which is owned by Kodansha.
Kodansha, another one of the big ones. That's one of the other big film ones. Sorry, that's the other one. So Kadokawa, Kodansha, Toho, and Toei are the big 4 film companies in Japan.
Yes, the 4 heavenly kings of Japanese cinema.
Yes. So again, back to those big 4 once again.
Yeah.
By Japanese government grants that just so happen to support the ruling Liberal Democratic Party's narratives, such as Attack on Titan for a...
I don't
now, the other thing that's relevant here is that he's using memes. He's kind of joking, right? But I'm sure we'll eventually talk about the bit as well. Something I'm less familiar with. But his primary critique with people who defend the Void song is that it's open to interpretation. And here he's quite literally saying, like, why are you booing me? I'm right, because it's about interpretation and interpret what the message means. And that's something to do with media, right?
I'm not really a fan of Attack on Titan, but obviously, like, it's not really about, quote, Japan, I guess, unless we're getting really, like, in the identification of it, because it is about fictional countries. So unless we're like saying, this represents Japan, this doesn't represent that, which, again, it gets into the weeds a bit.
But even in terms of, like, I don't know, and no evidence is really presented in terms of, well, how is the Japanese government involved with the production of Attack on Titan?
Well, they would need to be, right? Because we're talking about one of the biggest mangas of all time that has a production committee. And to be fair, actually, this is funny he didn't mention this. Technically, season 3 and 4 of Attack on Titan were broadcast on NHK. I don't know if they funded it, but they broadcast on NHK, which is public broadcasting. So maybe there is a little bit of funding there. But you'd have to look at the production committee.
Yeah.
Subtle example, or Gate, a fantasy anime in which the hero of the story is literally the Japanese military. The JSDF, as an overt example, often find their way into foreign markets via services like Crunchyroll, which is owned by Sony and which in turn is subsidized by JLOP and its successors.
Okay, so yeah, here he brings this up.
Sony Pictures is not there.
Sony Pictures is not here.
Sony Pictures would own Crunchyroll, not any of these other ones. So all these video and sound is, I think that's electronics. Music is music. Computer is games. Creative, I'm not actually sure what that one. That might be image. That might be photography or something. And corporation is just the overarching. So actually, they're not included in that list technically.
Yeah, and I
But
feel
you could say
like
they could get money for it through the top level, maybe.
through the top, but these are also all subsidiaries of Sony Corporation. So then why wouldn't they just be providing Sony Pictures with
Sony
money
Pictures is
directly?
American.
Yes, because it's an American company. And
that's why they're not giving them any subsidies.
Right. And it's also worth pointing out that, so we talked about this with respect to Cool Britannia of like, what was it, like the 90s or whatever.
I would probably make the argument in general, even if we get beyond Cool Britannia, I think Britain is better at soft power than Japan is as a whole, because they have stars, they have musicians, they have TV shows, they have cartoon characters, they have animation, they have the whole parameter of culture.
Right.
Where Japan only has this small, even games, because there are a lot of successful British game companies too.
Mm-hmm.
So like they have this whole parameter of culture to varying degrees, but like Japan only has that small section of like anime, manga, and games, and then maybe a little bit of the edge, but that's mainly it. Like Japanese films don't do as well. Japanese actors aren't well known in the world. Japanese fashion is known by niche, but not as big as like maybe Korean. Japanese food has a pretty small, good niche, but it's not as strong as like China or Thai, etc., depending on the country. Or French.
But it's so with he talks about that in terms of like the failure of like Cool Britannia is because it became like this top down thing rather than this grassroots thing.
It looks a little cringe.
Yeah.
It's a little dated as time goes by. Because
right. Well, we were watching this. Gil and I were watching this video, and I forget what image he brings up, but I just viscerally reacted, and I was like, "Man, I fucking hate the British flag."
Yes, and wearing it's pretty cringe. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Karen from Kinira Mosaic wearing it?
I don't know. It's kind of funny when a foreigner does, I
guess. But then he brings that up in the context of like, well, is the Japanese government, is anime becoming like a top down thing with the Japanese government's involvement going to make, Japanese culture, anime, manga, what have you, less cool? But what I would say is, looking at the landscape of the anime industry as it stands right now, in terms of the kinds of things they are adapting, which is isekai and just a lot of like Naruto fantasy, is that I would say now, more than at any other point in history, the anime industry is much more grassroots than it has ever been. Because when we talk about something like Gate is absolutely grassroots storytelling. It was just written by a guy who was a member of the JSDF, and then he went on, wasn't Shousetsu, was Arcadia.
It was a self-publishing website, wasn't it? So he basically published it himself on a website, no company involved.
He was like writing this thing, and then then it became popular just on its own, got picked up by a light novel publishing company. The light novel was then successful.
2 million, that's a pretty good number for
that's a pretty good number.
Now, I also have here, do we want to talk about the anime production committee? Because I have every single person involved in it.
Yeah. So the anime is always like the final form of these sorts of things. So by the time that like an isekai gets an anime, it has already had like a fair amount of like grassroots support through things like the web novel, like the light novel.
Because it costs money, right? It's like anime takes a lot of resources and money. And if we look at this, right, so first off on the production committee, we have the publisher of the original light novel, Alpha Polis. Next, we have massive Bandai Namco Entertainment.
Okay.
Obviously, now two conglomerates stuck together, right? Bandai's had a very big position in the anime industry since the 80s, mainly for toys, right? But they have merch, toys, games, media empire at this point.
They have a
conglomerate.
I believe Sunrise is under their.
Yes, they own them now. So it's not even Sunrise anymore. It's just Bandai Animation, isn't it?
It's like Bandai Namco Filmworks or something.
And mentioned in this video, which we'll probably get to later, is Tomino talking about their new offices being shit because they have digital setups and it's boring and corporate and has air conditioning.
Artists can't flourish unless they're suffering.
That's a very Tomino thing to say.
Credit. I think he says if you can make creative stuff in air conditioning, that's fine. But he has this opinion that artists are a bit more like earthly and that they should have environments that reflect their creative spirit, not these boring metallic offices.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think I can see the logic to it.
I can see that
to an extent. The 70s who probably came up in a creaky little warehouse. that was terribly cold and boiled. Anyway, next one, Genko. And Genko is an interesting one because that is Tero Maki's specific studio, who is just a eccentric producer who likes to produce very particular titles like Pluto or Spiral Experiment Lane. He has a very particular taste, and he has a specific studio by him where he just picks out titles he thinks are interesting. And then next, you've got Showgate, who are just a specific company for producing and licensing foreign films and anime. Another one of those would be Clockwork, who's on it as well, do the same thing. And finally, the most devious of them all, Warner Brothers, the Japanese branch, an American company, who is they are the major producer of this. So everyone else is a minor producer, probably working on different sections of foreign, if that'd be licensing different pieces, like Namco probably is doing merch and toys, but Warner Brothers is the major producer of Gate, the anime.
Now, if we could we go to the video where he talks about the funding for Gate, because this is really for me
let's get into it.
Really important.
Yes.
Let's get
Remember
into
how
what
that convention with the suspicious figurine was also subsidized by JLOP? Well, JLOP was a government program directly linked to the overarching Cool Japan strategy, which eventually evolved into the even more expansive JLOD, short for Japan Content Localization and Distribution, which itself expanded into JLOX Plus, which is still sometimes called JLOP Plus. JLOP was founded in 2014, and not long after the Cool Japan Fund was established. The purpose of JLOP was to subsidize the localization of anime and video games into foreign languages. Its successor, JLOD, subsidizes localization and distribution of anime and video games. And now JLOX Plus does all of that and more, everything from localization to distribution to marketing to even development. JLOP Plus/JLOX has subsidized a whole host of cultural industry powerhouses, from Nintendo to Sega to Sony, from 4Kids Media to Sanrio, to Waku Waku to Bandai Namco. Do you recall Gate from earlier, that JSDF anime? Not to get too conspiratorial here, but consider the investment of $30 million into the American anime licensing company Sentai Holdings by the Cool Japan Fund. Sentai Holdings was the localizer for Gate. Now look, let me be clear, I'm not saying that all of these subsidies from these programs were made for propaganda purposes.
So just to context here, Gate came out in 2015, before that money was even given to Sentai.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what the relevance is at all. And also, Crunchyroll was bought as well by Sony, or even if it's Sony America, it was before
Gate came out 2016. This $30 million grant to Sentai was about 2019. Yeah. So there's a gap in time there.
So I don't really know the relevance per se, specifically.
I have no idea.
I don't know if it's just, I mean, if you're making the point in general, then fair, but you probably shouldn't relate it to that one thing.
It's also worth pointing out, Sentai is not the largest distributor.
No.
This is kind of this is the kind of spending that is kind of
Sentai owns High Dive, not Crunchyroll. High Dive is sixth place in the American.
Yeah, and this is
seventh. It's very small.
And these are the kinds of things that when we talk about the Cool Japan Fund is a failure and they don't know where to put their money. This is the kind of thing that comes up. This is why the Cool Japan Fund was 260 some million US dollars in the hole at 2019, 2020.
Yeah.
Things along these lines. But yeah, so I don't think that it doesn't.
It's not a bad thing either, because JLOP also localized The Boy and the Heron for its subtitle track for its distribution. I don't know how is that devious?
Well, he does say here that these are not all done for propaganda purposes.
Sure, but can we pause for 1 second? I'll let him talk. But the thing is now, right, in 2015 and onwards, pretty much every seasonal anime is localized. It's not just that's not it's not like the old days, right? Pretty much everything is picked up for the most part, quite quickly as well. So I don't really see the relevance,
except for Girls Band Cry somehow.
Yeah, I don't know what the situation with that one is. It probably will get picked up at some point.
Yeah, hopefully. But yeah,
it might be the cost now, because obviously the cost of licensing has went up. So
yeah,
sometimes things might fall through the cracks. Anyway, he can talk. Yeah. I'll let him make his
Nor
point.
am I suggesting that every anime localized by Sentai Holdings was for propaganda. But I am saying that the Japanese government intentionally utilized subsidies to reorient their cultural industry to align with their desired political narratives, and did so especially in the animation industry, an industry with roots in the production of government.
But again, like that was when it was a commission-based industry, and if we want to be fair, Momotaro, pretty fucked up film. I watched it; it was kind of boring, but it's also quite disgusting in a way. It's not. Japan, in comparison to America, is pennies. Like America's propaganda animation, like industry was far stronger and far more powerful. So, like, and it's also from studios that actually still exist. The studio that did Momotaro doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
But like Disney and Warner Bros, they still exist.
Yeah.
They're funding this. They're funding Gate. So, do you want to make a connection between that?
Right.
Owns distribution platforms.
Yeah.
And but again, he's not like, so when he says like
subsidies to reorient their cultural industry to align with their desired political.
It's like, how are they reorienting their cultural industry in this way, essentially? Because
I'm not sure.
Gate is just something that like existed more or less without like the government needing to like mandate or request it.
Because it's a grassroots self-made thing that just happened to build up the popularity to get an anime.
Like
So he'll talk about it in a second.
We should let him talk about it.
This is the important point, because it's what I'd like to directly.
Let's let him do it, because I'll bring up some stuff too.
Let him cook.
I got a graph to show,
and did so especially in the animation industry, an industry with roots in the production of government propaganda to begin with. That while not all of the anime you watched was subsidized by and co-opted for the Japanese government, some of it absolutely was, for purposes that are almost completely opaque. In this 2016 article in The Diplomat titled Japan, the Manga Military, Dr. Matthew Brummer, a then lecturer at Tokyo International University and nowadays a Policy Innovations Fellow in the program on US-Japan relations at Harvard, notes the Japanese government's extensive use of what he calls the creative industrial complex to, and I quote, influence perceptions of Japan's military establishment. Dr. Brummer further states, and I quote, the CIC has produced a stunning amount of film, anime, theater, literature, fashion, and other expressive media designed to generate affinity towards the nation's growing hard power identity and burgeoning military-industrial base. And get this, quoting again from the article, strategically utilizing the then well-established and normalized popular culture of kawaii manga, the JSDF incorporated cute throughout its recruiting and public relations campaigns in what University of California professor Sabine Frustock has described as a two-track effort to pacify and negate its violent, war-waging past and potential, while also selling its role as a competent protector of Japan. End quote. It's a co-opting of cute aesthetics, of popular and cool kawaii culture, of moe culture, for a long-held LDP goal, for the cynical purpose of militarization. Dr. Brummer cites specifically to Gate, that JSDF anime that we discussed earlier, as an example of military creative industry collaboration. Produced, designed, and funded in coordination with the JSDF, writes Dr. Brummer, the fantasy-based series...
Yeah, should we stop here, because this is when it gets wrong.
That's right. So, it's important to note that while Dr. Brummer is a respected international study specialist and did teach at Tokyo universities, The Diplomat is not an academic journal or an academic publication. He provides absolutely no sources for this claim. Now, we can talk about how much an individual channel has responsibility to check its sources, but I think it's reasonable to assume that if you find a source by an academic that supports your argumentation, and it's not unreasonable to just take it as a fact, right? However, another academic by the name of his last name is Yamamura, actually wrote a research paper and did a deep study on the cooperation between anime producers and the JSDF. He does note that while the JSDF did in fact collaborate with Gate, and that's undeniable, it was completely post-production. And that is, again, as you sort of mentioned earlier, that the creator of Gate was ex-JSDF of Yanai, was a massive fanboy, and definitely himself wanted to support the JSDF. He approached a local branch of his local branch of the JSDF and wanted to collaborate, and that collaboration allowing some of characters to be used in promotional materials.
Hmm.
So that is a very different situation than being claimed. And again, this is why it's always important, ladies and gentlemen, to check your sources.
Yes. And
let me see here.
as we saw prior, there was a couple times, even in smaller cases, where Moon sourcing was not first-hand, but second-hand, like with the Miyazaki quote, where he only quoted an article instead of the original quote, which had a small portion of the quote. And when you do that, you lose nuance. If you don't research, that's not where the quote is actually from. Or like,
right, yeah.
The primary source. You should look always back to the primary if you can.
Trying to find that, that paper trail. By the way, after the stream, send me like all of your sources so I can like link them.
Yeah, I got a document
in the description for the VOD. Yeah. I'll just put everything in the description. So yeah, I don't think that like I'm absolutely willing to believe that the JSDF is using anime and manga imagery just in their promotional stuff as a recruiting tool, especially domestically.
When we talk about domestically, let's bring the extra context here that might not be known to outsiders, is that like otaku is like a broader totem of different areas, like manga. Some are already into bicycle, even in the 80s, right? They brought up like I think there are lists where you can find where it's like, what were the most common otaku in the 80s? And it's like, you have bicycle otaku, you've got photography otaku, you have manga otaku, you have train otaku. Train otaku is still massive, but one of the biggest ones, military otaku. And there are a lot of otaku who are specifically just really into military as playthings, as paintball, or like as airsoft, as gadgets, as toys, as even I think Miyazaki falls into this realistically. Like he loves tanks, he loves
I would say
he loves all that shit.
He made a movie about the guy who made the Zero.
Of course, like he's so into them. But like that's the kind of people they're trying to target, I think, with these sort of campaigns.
Yeah,
specifically domestic people who are already like probably into anime to some degree, or like military stuff. That's the kind of group they're probably looking at when they do these ads.
Now it could be it absolutely could be like multi-pronged essentially. On one hand, you do want
more to it than that.
Present it to both a domestic and an international audience. But
yeah, I just don't know if JDF or like Japan in general is that bothered what the international community think of the because JSDF are effectively an army without a name. They have a huge amount of funding, one of the biggest in the world. They have all the equipment. They get a lot of it hand-me-down from America because there's also an American base there. So they get a lot of like that up-to-date equipment from maybe a couple of years ago that they're not using. So they have the potential of being what is effectively an army. The only difference is that they don't go outside the country.
Yeah, they're not allowed.
Sometimes they did during the Gulf War.
Right. Yeah, I want to say there is a Wikipedia page for if we go
you'll see
to
that, like during the American Gulf War, Japan was kind of like strong-armed into helping, like associating with the cause. But I think it was considered quite a bit of failure. Like a bit.
Here we go. There's a Wikipedia page.
So there you go. There's the Gulf War.
Gulf War. Yeah. As recently as
so like they're basically they're already a military. Like there's no different. There's like very little there. Like if they got invaded tomorrow by either China or Russia on their border disputes with those islands, which are quite hot topics, they would be an army. They would be attacking. They would be defending those islands. There'd be no difference than if another nation was attacked.
Yeah. It is just it's a matter of we just can't call it a military. It is a it's a self-defense force.
Funding has increased dramatically after the Russia-Ukraine situation. And I believe after Gaza as well. Like the funding has increased because they are worried about America. They have been worried as a nation about the reliance on America, which is a big, even within the left, like light left wing, a lot of them don't like the idea of relying on America as like their military protection. It leaves them kind of like in a position where they have to do things within American interest, and that compromises them independent, like Japan, like national interests. So there is definitely a strong position, both from the left and right of Japan, who are not a fan of like the over reliance on American military, like the American military, the American occupation, and just like the American power that they have to rely on. And even if they trust the Americans will actually help them, like looking at things like Ukraine in that situation.
But in terms of the media that people are consuming, because like, we can point to things like there was like a Shirobako image or something. Now I don't know how pro military the Shirobako anime is? I haven't seen
I
it.
have no idea.
I'm going.
It does not come up at all.
They make
At
they
all.
make the second half of the show is them making like a sort of like a Strike Witches like aerial combat kind of anime, but like they don't really like delve into it. I guess they go do like research and like look at some planes or something at some point, but
Yeah.
it's not.
Yeah.
Should we bring up the right wing problem? Is that going to be mentioned here, or does he bring that up earlier? Should we talk about that? Because he kind of skips over the reason why right wing groups might co-opt anime.
Right. So I guess let's let it roll.
Here as an example of military creative industry collaboration. Produced, designed, and funded in coordination with the JSDF, writes Dr. Brummer, the fantasy identifiable and non-threatening characters that protect Japan from alien invaders. As the plot unfolds, the youthful defenders of the nation's sovereignty drive back the invading forces. And backed by the US Army, send a counter-invading task force outward to the place beyond the portal gate on a quest for retribution. The story's tracking with contemporary security-related issues and government agendas is unmistakable. Unmistakable.
Okay.
Again, I think we can also just attribute that to the author being a JSDF guy.
Yeah, I have the graph from that what Rich was bringing up. Like they had a graph about public relations. This is just one graph. There might be more, but this is about public relations with the JSDF in Japan over the years, and it's like how popular they are. And if you see this, like if we look at the perspective, like so, Gate came out at like what would be an incredible high in Japan's history for like general positive impression of the JSDF. And what reason is primarily affecting that? I would suggest it would be 311.
Yeah, so this
when
is
they were part of the rescue operations,
right?
Not as effective as they could have been, but they
could
were.
See...
That's the media thing. Is that JADS? The last time they were in the popular news in a pretty strong way is usually because of disaster relief, especially with 311.
Goes from 80.9% in 2009 to 91.7% in 2012.
Like, they don't even seem to need much more positive press because most people don't react with the. Unlike other situations, like, say, for example, the American police, the American military, most people don't, on a day-to-day basis, like talk or react to they don't see them. So the only time they really are going to get an impression of them is probably when they're doing disaster relief or something like that, where like the news will usually paint it in a positive light. So I feel like there's a lot of factors where like there's definitely an attempt to make people's impression of them much more positive, because as you can see, back in the day, it was not that case. They were obviously a bit more contentious.
Yeah.
But this is only one poll. There are definitely other polls that have slightly different numbers, but maybe aren't as high. Especially when it came to the 90s. I believe there was a time during the earthquake where people didn't feel the JSDF reacted fast enough during the earthquakes in 1994. And that was an impression that left a sour note on the JSDF. They felt like they didn't respond quick enough, that they kind of left it too long to try and help when they should have been doing that. Which I don't know if you could see that reflected in that graph.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can keep going. But I think that's important to bring in the context that they are generally fairly positively.
How anime fans tend to have a penchant, and sometimes a lot more than a penchant, towards specifically Japanese little c conservatism. How even the most progressive amongst your anime-loving friends might have a few very oddly placed, specifically Japanese conservative views that align just so with the positions of Japan's Liberal Democratic Party. Views that they can get quite defensive about, like remilitarization of Japan. But the relationship between otaku, weebs, and ultranationalists is a topic perhaps for another.
You want to pause for a second? I know you read the article.
Yes.
From
so
again,
because this is something I'm interested in anime, studies Dennison's voice in that very well known. That article does not talk, does not say what he thinks it says or what he's implying in this image that says, because it doesn't talk remotely about non-Japanese representations of nationalism. It's specifically about how Summer Wars is an interrogation of different kinds of Japanese nationalism, and how they kind of interact in the story. So I don't know if he's read if he's read it. He hasn't, obviously. I can't say that he's read it. If he's posting it here specifically for the purposes of trying to tie it together with Westerners being upset, Westerners having obsession with being Japanese ultranationalists.
Mhm.
This article says nothing about that at all.
Summer Wars would be a bad example because of the period it comes out in 2007. I don't believe Hosoda was in a particular part where he'd be worried too much about international perspectives. He's definitely a bit more international these days, though. Like you can definitely see that, but maybe not in 2007.
I can only say that the reason he included it in here is because of the title.
Yes, which is a bit misleading, let's say.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm willing to believe that they're like, you know, again, where the fuck the one otaku keiki, like people like that on Twitter certainly exist, but it's like, do these people meaningfully exist, or are they just like terminally online weirdos? And I think it's more so they are.
I think you want to talk about, Richard? It's kind of like Nippon Kaigi, right? Like there's sort of a reflection of Japan. There's something about Japan a lot of these people like that they see as valuable to their worldview.
Yeah, specific. So, yeah, exactly. Japan. The reason on all of these videos we'll talk about it. Why why Japan, which is a problem, is because for a lot of conservatives, especially in North America, Japan represents a shining example, a ethno state, because 98% of Japan is ethnically Japanese, which is something many in the Japanese state, the LDP inclusive, are very want to encourage. That's the image they want, that there are no minority communities in Japan, that the majority of the people are, in fact, everyone's Japanese, and to be Japanese, specific things. This is part of kind of a self, what often called a self-orientalization, which is referred to as Nihon Jinran. This has been the primary ideology through which Japanese the self-image of Japan, particularly the conservative self-image of Japan, but not always, has manifest in the post-war. So for these people, combining the ethno-state, which is what they want white ethno-states, with their perception of Japan as a socially traditional and conservative, where the husband household, the waifu does their bidding.
Richard, you're cutting out again.
Sorry, there. So is that better?
Maybe.
A little bit. Keep going. Keep talking.
Yeah, keep talking.
Okay. So yeah. So this is what again they're particularly interested in is the fact that it's viewed as an ethno state, that it is viewed as having a very socially conservative culture, which is belied by the media they produce for some reason, and that gender roles are very much entrenched. So this is the conservative fantasy image of Japan, is that it's not a place where there's political correctness, where political correctness only gets injected into the Japanese media when it gets localized.
Right.
That's specifically where the appeal of reactionaries and white nationalists, kind of seemingly self-contradictory, want to support a Japan, like, if they think that they're white nationalists or they're supremacists, that why are they supporting a Japanese state? Well, it's because what they'll argue is Japan for the Japanese, America are Europeans, and that to them means white people.
Yeah, and what they see is that Japan is successful in that, like, it's a G7 country. It's one of the biggest. I hear it even in like smaller, like more like even in England. I've had these conversations before with certain people a long time ago. But like what they'll kind of bring up is that like they have smaller immigration. They're like a G7 country. They've got one of the best economies in the world, but they don't really understand the actual context of what comes with that, and the labor shortages and the birth crisis and all these other things that are a problem. And also that there is actually migration. There's a lot of like second-class citizen immigration from other Asian countries that come into Japan, and they're used in such a way. Like there's a lot of little factors that don't get brought up in that conversation, but they just like the little bits that sound good. Like, oh, I hear the crime rates are better than in America or whatever. Whereas, like, again, the police commissioners in Japan also lie about crime rates. So, like, take that as you will.
It's one of those things.
Huge amount of underreporting,
where you just simply read into anime, or really just broader Japanese culture. You read in what you want to see in it, not necessarily what is intended to be understood. Yeah, like this is how you get like Nazis on Twitter with Jinro profile pictures somehow.
Yeah, they don't get the irony,
Yeah, like it is lost on them.
They don't even understand that Oshi was once part of the like more radical position as a student.
Yeah.
Even to the point where he got locked in a cabin in the woods by his dad because he got caught being part of the group. Yes.
No, but so it's like, then do we take like people like that who are just interpreting media in a certain way and then ascribe a sort of intent behind the production?
We also should bring up just the one point here that obviously like anime is quite popular with all political spectrums.
Yes.
Because when something gets more popular, people from all types of groups will attach themselves to it. So for example, like Star Wars, right? There's a lot of reactionaries that really get into Star Wars for some stupid reason. But it's probably because it's the biggest franchise in the world. But like, there's a lot of people who aren't like reactionaries who also like Star Wars.
Yes.
But I don't know if it'd be fair to just bring up the reactionaries. To be like Star Wars is inherently reactionary. It's like, no, that's
and actually, if you would play a little bit further, there's one other thing that he brings up in this section that I do want to point out. Now, keep in mind what he had said was that he's never met non-reactionary weebs. He's never met an otaku who does that. He's also said that
nice to meet you,
it's
man.
really
I'm on the other side.
It's really weird that that his sorry, I'm trying to remember. It's really weird that even your progressive anime friends might have weird view, like might have surprisingly unprogressive views. So yeah, if you want to play a little bit further, you'll see what I'm talking.
Yeah, sure.
Another day. You might be asking yourself, though, if the Japanese government is really pumping all of this money into the cultural industry for the purposes of propaganda, but not profit, then why are these initiatives making so much money for Japan? The answer is actually that they aren't. The Cool Japan Fund, for example, back in March of 2022, reported a cumulative loss of 30.9 billion yen, $228 million at the time. That's not the amount they spent, that's the loss they suffered. And the Japanese government's answer to that was not to decrease subsidies or disband the program. Quoting now an article from Nikkei Asia titled Government Weighs Fate of Floundering Cool Japan Fund, the fund plans to come up with a plan to improve financial returns by autumn, including strengthening oversight of the companies in which the fund has invested. However, if the effort fails, we, the article here quoting from a report from the Finance Ministry's Subcommittee on Fiscal System Council, will organize a path forward with a view to consolidation. End quote. Pay attention to that language, strengthening oversight of the companies invested. As you will recall, that's basically every major media company in Japan.
Yeah, the issue is that all those companies too, if we're going to say it, is none of those companies are actually anime companies, I don't think. I mean, you got like Dandelion, I guess. But like most of these aren't necessarily just, like actual studios.
And it's also like, what do you like? What does strengthening of oversight? What does strengthening of oversight mean? I don't really think that the Japanese government, like Japan is not like communist China where they are able to wrangle these private corporations in such a way as to be
state capitalism as well. Like, there's a completely different market,
right?
In Japan.
And I don't really think it's within the scope of like the Japanese government's ability to do what he is suggesting that they will do as a result of this.
Yeah, I feel they're a bit already hands off in the industry in terms of like how they've let it sort of not help these studios, which is against their common interest. But you can keep it playing,
yeah, okay.
Just even greater control, more oversight to consolidate and centralize the cultural industry even further under the auspices of the Japanese government. Sayuri Kawamura, the chief economist at the Japan Research Institute, helps to further clarify what's going on here, and I quote, "Policy objectives tend to be prioritized, and investment criteria and profitability are inevitably not well assessed." End quote. Policy objectives are prioritized. Investment and profitability are not. It's not about, and arguably it has never been primarily about, selling anime, selling video games, selling manga. It has always been about selling culture and about using cultural products to win not wallets, but hearts and minds.
See, if that were the case, I wouldn't believe that they would then they would just keep on keeping on. They wouldn't need to consolidate and strengthen oversight. Like if it was working as intended, even if they were losing money, there's no, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, essentially. Where it's like, it's clearly broken, and they're going, and like, there is clearly like interest in reorienting strategy, focusing on different things. Like, again, maybe don't try to push sumo wrestling internationally.
Yeah, it's probably not going to stick. I don't know, unless you get like a really famous anime on it, you probably aren't, because funny enough, I do know there's a couple sports that some manga have had an impact on, but they're not ones that were Japanese created. Like, volleyball got a lot bigger after haiku and stuff, but like I've never seen that quite work. That's the other way with other Japanese sports.
Yeah, and as Joe points out, the Cool Japan program has been actively at odds with anime and otaku material.
Yes.
Again, what it's like, when he talks about, like, not all anime is obviously being used for propaganda purposes. Something that also needs to bring up is that there are many anime that are actively counter, non-conducive to whatever, like, the LDP's propaganda strategies are. Like, they do exactly the opposite of what they want, essentially.
If we look at what the NHK, so the NHK being the public broadcasting, has actually funded in the last couple of years too, like, not like when it comes to anime, they don't tend to do like tons and tons. Like, you might get one a year or something like that, with their like in association. But like sometimes there are like not exactly what I would say part of that message. Like, one of the more popular ones of the last couple of years is Kingdom, which is actually about Chinese history. Which, if their goal as the Japanese government was to be like, well, we're not hot on China anymore, and our relations with China is actually just politically are very tense, and publicly, at least in Japan, they're still pretty tense. And it seems that China is actually warming up to Japan more publicly because of tourism, because they can actually go to Japan and like get their wares. That's warmed up the general public in China a bit more, but the other side has not happened. So like, why would you then? What's the relevance here to putting this on public television, like funding it? Is it?
And the other,
where's that?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, that's it. That's what I got.
Oh, and again, the problem is that, so we've already effectively debunked his strongest case, because Gate was in fact grassroots and was the person who, the author, reaching out to the JSDF to collaborate, and that's something that comes up in
influence. That could definitely be domestic influence, but it's probably not.
Like, there's no doubt that Gate is JSDF, is pro JSDF and has a very pro JSDF message. It 100% does. That's not the case. That. The issue is that, again, based on this, this article I mentioned by Yamamura, what he notes is that in every case that he studied, it was always the production reaching out to the JSDF to collaborate, and the JSDF would either investigate and say either yes, and the change was only that they've become willing to collaborate and more willing to do it than they had been in the past, and they see they're much more active in terms of saying yes now, that they do collaborate much more often than they did in the past. And that again is because the JSDF has no problem using anime and manga imagery domestically to try to bolster its numbers, the same as any military.
Yes.
The problem is that he has not established this nefarious. It was completely funded by the JSDF as JSDF propaganda.
Yeah, effectively there was no actual technical funding. It was more just associated, like support, and then some command, like some advertising.
Yeah, it's a JSDF fanatic wanted to make something that showed how cool the JSDF was.
That's when he asked for the help.
Yeah, and that is precisely the opposite of his argument that everything is being more top-down, more controlled. And
now, also another thing brought up in the article, which is probably important to bring up, is that the article talks that like even in Japan, there is no one position on the JSDF, because they bring up other times when they've done associated work, which has been quite controversial. There have been people who were like quite against the JSDF moving into this area, and there was like, it was a bit of a debate about it nationally. You had people talking about the Panzer Tank. What's the show called? Panzer Tank anime with the women in the
Girls and Panzer.
Yeah, they were talking about that and how the JDS did something with that, and it was a bit contentious, and maybe that wasn't actually a move they were like, oh, okay, maybe we could. That's why we have a more hands-off approach than being a bit too forward, because they felt like people were critiquing them for being too forward in promoting and doing stuff with that.
And they talk. He doesn't talk about the fact that every time the JSDF or like remilitarization as if the LDP has been in power ever. It's their primary. It's been a complete failure.
It's more of an aid thing, yeah.
Exactly. And popular, like in terms of remilitarization, there's always protest. There's always a significantly and often majority of the Japanese population who does not want to remilitarize.
Japan has been kind of used to now being an anti-war state, effectively.
Yeah.
In the quotation marks, that they do not get involved in wars. Usually when wars happen, they become quite critical of them. Like the Vietnam War was a very strong one. Even stuff in Gaza, Japan historically has been very critical of events that have happened in Gaza in terms of the attacks. And even now, like you see them on the streets, some of the biggest protests in the recent memories have been about Israel and Gaza.
Yeah.
It's worth pointing out too that, like, yes, while the LDP has been in power for a very long time, they have not always been in power. You know, there obviously have been like periods where other powers either been split or other parties have been in power. But it's also worth considering that the LDP is not a unified force, nor have they had like a historically coherent strategy for Japan. He ties it all the way.
Church. They're a very, very broad church because it's a one-party state effectively because of gerrymandering. Usually is considered the reason.
Right.
You also see there are policies that Abe had put in during his more popular, well, quote popular, when he's been in the longest time, right? Like Abenomics that were actually very, very unpopular because they put the burden of the state on things like VAT hiring, and they were supposed to they cut taxes on business, they upped VAT on people. Very, very unpopular policies that made a lot of people a lot poorer. Also up the cost of food in that case because of some of the situations. That was it was called Abenomics. So that's more of a neoliberal, almost Reagan-esque business approach that like may have had minor approach on business, but it hurt people in a way where people were like, no, we don't like that. That's no. And that's contentious.
So in a similar sense to, like, obviously, we say, China, it's a one-party state, but the CCP has a variety of different factions within it that are like at odds with one another. Similar thing here in the US, it's a two-party state, but there are obviously not all Republicans and not all Democrats are in alignment, and if anything, they are often at odds with one another. Very much.
Considered left wing in one country might be considered different in another country.
Yes.
I'm no fan of the government, but there are policies that they have which are just kind of naturalized in Japan. What would be very progressive in other countries. They have very strong, very useful like zoning laws, very easy to zone and create different types of properties quickly and fast in Japan, which means they have less of a housing crisis than they do. Say, for example, England has terrible laws when it comes to that stuff. I don't think we even have zoning laws. We have very strict NIMBY laws when it comes to this. Public transport. Now, technically, trains are private, but when it comes to walkability, buses, and train connections, stuff like that, Japan is really, really fucking good.
Yeah.
Low speed rates in cities, like stuff like that. They have these policies that would generally be kind of contentious in other more places to implement, but which are just like part of it. Also, like social spending as well, like in infrastructure and stuff. It's maybe a little bit more, more like approved, I guess, in Japan in some areas. But yeah, like politics is different depending on region. And
so that is again, like sorry, continue.
Yeah, and I guess to bring it back to the video, he fundamentally doesn't demonstrate. I keep saying this, I'm like a broken record, but he has one example. We haven't talked about the Miku, the Hatsune Miku thing yet.
Yeah, I don't know if it's really relevant to bring up, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. He just if this is so endemic, he would have more gate.
Yes,
and gate fails because we've demonstrated that I think based on the evidence that's available, that's not the case. So show us something else that is doing what you need. If it was endemic, you'd be able to have more than one example.
Right.
Yes.
And then tilt towards AOT. Like
his other example, kind of, in terms of like the government funding internet hero. Let's go to the Little Witch Academia bit, which we talked about earlier.
I think we've talked about.
Sure, but I want to like that is like another example, so we might as like we've already like addressed it, but it's like
it was more in terms of the I guess the overt propaganda he's trying to talk, like something else that's not gate, that fulfills the same function as gate. Why is there not more of this?
Right.
But we can always listen to the ending arguments. I kind of want to get an idea of like
so
to respond to his summaries and see if anything we haven't brought up.
Yeah, so I think it's let's go through the conclusion section basically.
That would be a good idea. We can see if there's anything we've missed. Because there's a caveat here, apparently.
Japanese cultural products, including anime, are important to me. I grew up watching Doraemon, and when I was a young man, I had a Pikachu alarm clock that played the original Pokemon theme in Japanese. I still remember it. Miki Matsubara's Stay With Me is one of my top 10 most played songs on YouTube Music.
Okay, can I pause for a second? Because I know we skipped it, but I want to just mention this because he mentions City Pop earlier in the film.
Oh, yeah.
J-pop, incorrect. If we're going to talk about, I actually know a bit about soft power because I have personally seen Japanese city pop soft power firsthand and been paid to do something for it. I am actually personally in this area. So the thing about city pop, and he brings this up earlier as an example of strong soft power, city pop is not soft power for Japan. It is American soft power affecting Japan. It did not leave Japan until the last 5 years, for the most part. I was there culturally because generally the way this went is that in about 2012, there was a new CD range that came out for a lot of older city pop things. Right now, Maria Takeuchi, she's under Warner Japan. She used to be on the Moon. That was bought by Warner Japan. So now American companies own one of the biggest stars in that area. Now, what happened slowly is that these things got on the internet. They tried to get cut off the internet. These companies changed their routine to then just demonetize them. Slowly, they built up a cultural standing on websites like YouTube and Tumblr and other little blogs. But it was slow culture until the algorithms really started blowing up. And this is like all market shit, right? None of this has to do with the government. But Stay With Me is one of the bigger ones. But Stay With Me has never had international releases until Spotify and Apple Music. Maybe you'll find a couple limited releases of physical discs now because the Japanese industry for city pop, the actual record labels they did eventually start going, we see there's a market to sell to, and they started quickly doing this. I had a Japanese man in my DMs on Patreon who said, could you make a 5-minute version of your top essential city pop video so I can take it to France for communications to promote city pop to people who don't know what it is? Yeah, and I gave it to him. I was like, all right, like it was like $100. I was like, fuck it, yeah, go for it. I can cut this down. I've already made the video. Why not?
Yeah, it seems like again a lot of it is a lot of this video boils down to anecdotal personal experience of Moon Channel himself.
Yes, and that limited area. Like he brings up Plastic Love a little bit later or before. Problem with Plastic Love, if we want to talk about Maria studied high school America. She has an English degree, so she speaks perfect English. She was incredibly influenced by American music at that time. City pop as a whole was very influenced by yacht rock and sort of like soft American music like Steely Dan. California as an aesthetic, again, this is when we talk about soft power, right? American soft power is number one in the world because California aesthetic was so big in the early 80s in Japan, and city pop utilizes that very harshly. One of Maria's records, the one where that image of her, the famous image comes from, where he brings up, and he doesn't know this, that image was taken in California by an American photographer called Alan Leviston, who I've talked to, I've emailed, I've chatted to him. He got pissed off with Warner because they were trying to fuck him over with the rights to that image. And there was a bit of spat about that. And I had to even it out a bit because he once took down the biggest, it's gone now, but like the video that made everyone write articles about city pop was one YouTube video that had a fuck ton of views.
Yeah.
And he took it down for a time, and I was able to communicate with him and the channel, and we got it back up until some randomer just stroked the channel. Some fake strike took it down. So
of course. Yeah.
But it's now on Spotify, right? So like there's probably, you can see the view counts now, but like back then it had like it had tens and tens of millions of views organically just through like this cultural osmosis. Right. No like promotion, no money, no nothing. Just
got picked up by the algorithm somehow.
Yeah, it just happened, and then people kept following it. And I made a video about it once upon a time, so I'm like fairly in the loop. But it's important to say that like if you don't realize how much American soft power is influencing all that, then it's like it seems ludicrous to call this Japanese soft power. And it's an American company and an American.
This also touches on a much broader, which is probably maybe a bit outside the scope of his video. He kind of brings it up when he talks about a Japanese studies professor talking about the fact that the enrollment numbers are down, that people aren't. There's kind of a coming, or is a crisis in Japanese studies, And he attributes that to the declining fortunes of anime and manga with corporate consolidation and government consolidation. You have the loss of the cool factor because now it's corporate. It's mainstream, so it's not. The whole cool things is something that can definitely be contested as well. Ian Condry talks about geek Japan is better terminology for anime and manga than cool Japan. Yeah. Nevertheless, I'm digressing. The professor's talking about is a general crisis in what's called the crisis in area studies, and that's almost exclusively due to post-colonialism and globalization and the transcultural flows, and transnational and transcultural. So the idea of the nation state itself is becoming, at least in terms of a very contentious and fraught subject.
Yes,
so the reason there's
a
crisis in
area.
Yeah, the reason there's a crisis in area studies is because what Japan means is in such flux that trying to have a cohesive or coherent idea of it is becoming more difficult. That's what's killing area studies and Japan studies, not people not liking anime and manga as much because it's too corporate.
Yeah, and one other factor that could come into it is that, like, for a while now, at least in the States or like maybe in certain places, when it came to that sort of cultural area, Japan kind of had a strong foothold. You know, if we're talking like those just anime and games, manga, right? That in Asia, like as far as exporting it, like they had a pretty strong foothold. But now there is small irklings of other things coming up, being like, hey, you're gonna have competition soon. Even if it's not, you're not winning, they're not winning now, you will have to, you know, worry about that at some point, that like you won't be the only game in town from Asia anymore, you know. There is definitely a possibility, like it's not happening right now and there's gonna be struggles with it, but like if something does happen and Donghua, you know, Chinese animation starts picking up really fast, there are so many more studios that can. China has so much more manpower, so much more energy, so much more money, even from the state, to put in there, that they could really hurt Japan's sort of like area potentially, if they could get if they could get the traction, and they've got the power to do that and do it a lot faster than Japan did, because Japan did by accident. And same for the manga, same for music, because they're already losing on music. Same for a lot of cultural exports.
Yeah, one of the things he doesn't really address is the fact that American anime fandom organically, almost exclusively organically, at least until the mid 2010s. Streaming services became viable. It was basically grassroots, a few producers and some television contracts.
Even stuff like the licensing, right? It's kind of on a whim. Like in England, when manga video started, they didn't even know back then, right? It was so like, this was even before anime was like the popularized term in this area, because they called it manga video.
Japanimation era.
They never even they've never produced manga, but they just used that term because they knew it meant, you know, technically cartoon in Japanese. So it's just, they just picked it up. They got lucky with Akira, with like in the first couple of years, 70,000 units sold, which is unbelievable. Even in like Japan, that would be unbelievable numbers to sell as like a small kind of independent video store, just like licensing shit that you just got lucky on, right? You just found this one thing, it was a gold mine. Probably sold 100,000 plus during that period in England alone. Another 100,000 plus in the States. We know that much. We know that Ghost in the Shell sold 1 million copies in America before 2002 in like all forms. That's unreal. But most of the other titles did not sell that much, but they were subsidizing all those other titles, because Ghost in the Shell sold 1 million copies in America. That's fucking insane. On DVD and video and whatever else they could sell it on. But everyone else might be selling like 10 or 1,000.
Right.
Depending.
All the videos I made on the subject. I love Japan. I love the close family friends I have there. Family friends that may as well be family themselves. In fact, it might surprise you to hear that almost all of the stock footage of Japan I used in this video, I filmed myself, in person. That's my footage. There's a reason I know so much about Japan, and it's not because I hate...
sorry, can we pause for one tiny second? I feel personally you should never say that. I feel like it's very like arrogant to say like, unless you're like unless you're like you have a fucking thesis on it, like you've got a master's degree or something, it feels very like presumptive to say that. It reminds me of an old interview with Richard Pryor, when the white like interviewer was like, I know a lot about how black people talk, and he goes, oh really, show me. Because like people think they do, but they don't.
It's like
that arrogance.
even if a Japanese person was like, I know so much about Japan, it's like, do you?
It's a small point, but it's just kind of a point of like,
Right,
I feel like you have to be a little careful when you're doing when you research topics like this. You have to kind of be a little bit like careful of your blind spots.
It's like,
because there are a lot of
you need
like
to have a little bit of space, and I think one of the primary critiques of this, is that it is so much of it's anecdotal, so much of it's based on personal experience and personal understanding of things, and that's
what it is.
I appreciate what he's trying to do here, where it's like you're giving the personal perspective, like, why does this matter to you as like a creator?
Sure.
And it's like I can appreciate it from that point of view, but it is like a really weird look when you're like, oh, I've been to Japan, I have friends in Japan,
like
people that I know.
I wouldn't say I know a lot about Ghibli, even though like
that's why I know
videos on
so
it.
much.
I wouldn't personally say that in a video because I feel like I know as much as I can get my hands on. It's like it's a very limited pool of stuff because that's what's in English, what I can get translated. Like I've been doing it for a long time, but it doesn't mean I know anything in comparison to someone who's like a scholar in that situation.
Right.
I rely on other people's information, or I wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah.
Quite the opposite.
But yeah, that's just a small point.
But I do think that it is a.
This is, by the way, this is why we did not go through this entire video, because otherwise,
yes, it's really long.
Generally constructive practice that it is healthy to approach one's consumption with mindfulness and awareness. I have two suggestions to that.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, that's fine.
To be careful about building your identity around something.
But you can apply that to everything, right?
Right.
And there's going to be when we do that, like we want to be careful not to fall into that, like. I mean, the obvious point is like, there's no such thing as like ethical consumption, really.
Sure.
Like, there's always going to be some level of exploitation and stuff. Of course, there's going to be different levels of it, and if you can avoid it, then but that's a position of privilege.
I mean, we can also just apply that to like YouTube videos as well.
Yeah,
which we are doing essentially.
So just I will always and forever encourage a critical perspective on the anime and the media that you consume.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that it's you're necessarily approaching it antagonistically. That it is something that is out to get you.
You should you should be critical of the Japanese government. We should not give the Japanese government a leeway. Like there's definitely things to be critical about them. Like we should be critical of them.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give them an easy time on certain things.
But the Japanese government is not the anime industry.
Yes, that's two different things.
Yeah. And you should be critical of the anime industry because it has horrible labor practices.
Terrible labor practices. There's a quote. I got such a good quote the other day from the art director from Production IG, or the ex-art director from who worked on like Ghost in the Shell and stuff. He said there are no non-black companies in the anime industry. They're all black companies.
For context,
how progressive of
for context,
wow.
In Japan, a black company is like a exploitative company.
Yes, he says there's no such thing as like there is no company in the anime industry. Because someone asked him like, what would I do to get in the anime industry? He said, don't. There is no company in Japan that is not a black like exploitation, who will not exploit you.
Yeah,
who will not fuck you over.
That will not be like hell to work for.
Funny enough, he said that at the Japanese Foundation in Australia. So this is one of the things he brought up in the video as like one of the tools that Japan was using.
Yeah.
And this is where that was said. He said that at that interview.
I guess like one of the big things with this video is like this, and like the general message of the video of like, just be weary of like what you're consuming. It's like I don't think anyone would like disagree with that, but it's just like this is like a weird. It's like a weird conclusion to get to with all the information. You go through the entire history of like China, Japanese relations, and then like the early history of like Japanese propaganda, and you're like making it like really leaning into this narrative about Japan's soft power and trying to influence like its neighbors with like Oshin and all this stuff, and then you're just like, just ask questions.
Now, I'm empathetic for trying to make a video like this because I want, and maybe one day I will. But the reason I didn't is because it's the amount of it's a lot of like it would be so much research, and I need a professional. But like I had always wondered about making a video about like World War II cartoons or like anime World War II cartoons and how they reflect Japan's history. And it's a very difficult area to make a video about, because it's like, is that actually, because if you come from the perspective like there's a conspiracy that like is to avoid talking about war crimes in these cartoons, you sound like a fucking lunatic, because I don't think that's necessarily true. But there are areas where like obviously there's no money in it. Like there obviously is like discouragement from doing this. If that be like you won't get to show it in cinemas, or you won't be able to get funding, or that you're going to get criticized, or you're going to get blacklisted. Like there are definitely areas where that can be a problem, but like it's a very nuanced and difficult subject that you don't want to approach like Japan is trying to erase their history by making cartoons about it for kids, like Barefoot Gen or something, which like Barefoot Gen is actually quite critical of the Japanese state.
Yeah, I think that's why we're kind of approaching the criticism like we are.
Yeah.
It's like we understand it's a very broad subject,
Yes.
and like if you start going into it, I don't know like how familiar Mooney was with like this subject before he got into it.
Yeah,
You
I
would
have no idea.
assume it's a very massive subject matter to kind of take on. So it's like we understand
It's
that
a lot.
there's gonna be some mistakes. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's just like the way the framing is kind of done. It feels like it very much feels like you kind of have an endpoint in mind, and you found research that conformed to that endpoint.
You found small bits, because I'm thinking about what I found, which is a 50-year document of I think it was the Japan Foundation, and they mention it only in passing, but a little bit. I was surprised this wasn't mentioned in the video, about how they were it was them who successfully helped get Captain Tsubasa localized in the Middle East, and it's one of the most successful manga runs, or like manga anime runs in the Middle East. It's one of the most popular. So like you can see the soft power there, right? But they helped get that there. They put some money in the localization front. Like you could use that angle to talk about how that worked, but he never mentions it. He just mentions Oshin instead, which is mentioned in the same paper, but he didn't scroll down far enough to see the part about the actual anime, I guess.
Yeah, it's just I think it's totally fine to start off that way, where you're like, oh, I think anime is bad and has gotten worse, and like you start doing research to like support that, but you kind of have to like do the research around it, where like your opinion can kind of evolve.
Yeah, it's hard. At least this is how I usually think about a video. It's hard to have a conclusion before you've done the research, because you might have an idea of like something that you think is true, but you need to do the research to see if it's true.
Yeah.
And this is just conjecture on our part. Like it's not we asked them specifically like if that's how they went about it, but it's just that's kind of how it comes across when like a little later we'll get to it. I guess if you want to play a little bit,
we can let the final finale bit, because it's not too hard. Let's let him finish his points, and then that'll be all, and then we can see if there's any final things we've got to say.
Lest your values end up being bought.
I'll roll back a little bit.
And the thing sold to you is to be careful about building your identity around something being sold to you, lest your values end up being bought. And the second is merely to be mindful of the things that you do consume. Read the label, count the calories, check for allergies. Enjoy anime, enjoy J-pop, enjoy video games. I certainly will, and I made this video. I'm going to go watch Delicious in Dungeon the moment I finish this script, and not even I can stop me. Here's what I'm saying. By all means, consume anime, but be careful about becoming a weeb or an otaku.
Yeah, so this is also this is a faux pas, and I don't know if everyone says it's a faux pas, but I think it's a really big faux pas to just quote Miyazaki as a source of authority.
Right.
To me, that's like a huge faux pas to do that. Like
I would have,
sometimes there's
agree.
things you can. I wouldn't be like against quoting him on certain things.
If he's talking about like stuff he's worked on and like the production of it, he's the primary source
like just
for
perspectives at the time, or lift from him, or just like sometimes I don't mind quoting Miyazaki if he has like a perspective on an anime, actually like a real one, because it's sometimes interesting to see what such a cultural icon might say about.
But his word is not law.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be like when Miyazaki says stuff about otaku, like I don't really take it very I wouldn't take it very seriously.
And a lot of the
it's
like in a lot of quotes that people throw around, aren't they from like the 1980s? Like
he's been saying the same thing from like the 80s onwards. Like since he has the same opinion of it. In fact, if you asked him from the early 80s, he would say the same thing. Like he kind of is talked. I think in the 80s he was talked about. He was mentioning like Lolita stuff, but then he brought up his girlfriend situation with White Sun. But like he tends to have like this negative connotation, but also like he's kind of also part of it. Pop calling kettle black or whatever.
Yeah,
right.
Like,
and
anybody in the West is going to be like, "Oh, anime was terrible." Like generally, the kind of consensus is like, "Oh, that was the golden age." But like Miyazaki's been saying this stuff because like people stopped taking influence from, stuff like fucking Fight the Puta or something from the 60s.
Yeah, well, I mean, his perspective usually goes a bit like this, right? He's from the era of Toei, so he's in the era of manga eiga, as you would call it, manga film, right? In terms of like he's in that like I like to do big money, big high risk, high reward theatrical films that are predominantly for family entertainment. That is my philosophy of what animation is. That's where I was brought into animation. That's what I like to see it as. And as soon as it went away from that, he's always been very critical. When Tezuka died, he wrote that paper on him, which was really kind of scathing, and I don't know how he got away with that one. It was like him be like, "Yeah, once upon a time, I was for Tezuka. Now I fuck him. Fuck his ways." I heard back when I wasn't working at Toei that he wanted the monkey to stay in Sayuki. He wanted the monkey to die because it would save on production costs. I don't even know if that's true. It's just what he heard. He wasn't even there during that time period, but he says it is true.
Still.
But he has this like Tezuka's perspective on animation is busted because he's like animation should move, it should do things, it should respect reality, and obviously he's like Tezuka did all that limited shit and that ruined. He doesn't like that. His idea of TV animation, he's not a fan. He's not a fan of that idea. He wants it to move and flourish like Heidi did or whatever.
Well, I don't think Tezuka's like the.
Well, he's reacting to like the limited animation that Tezuka like Mushi Pro started with.
That's become a hallmark of anime, right?
Yes, he blames Tezuka for that.
Yeah, I think what like I think it's a really good it's a really good litmus test. If someone includes a quote from Miyazaki, it generally means that one, they don't know that much about Miyazaki to begin with.
Yes,
because even someone who's written extensively about Miyazaki and who's obviously a fan, like Susan Napier, she wrote a book called Miyazaki World, which is all about it. She still has critical things come up. Right? She's not a complete Miyazaki ideologue. So when Miyazaki is deployed this way, it's usually because for the person who's deploying him, he represents again the good ones. He's known, famous, so you got to take his word. But it's like you don't know enough about this man. You're talking about being critical and checking the label. Please do it yourself.
Yeah.
Also, we got to talk a little bit about Ghibli soft power, because I feel that this is actually a beautiful example of you're not immune to Ghibli soft power or like Ghibli influence. 100%, because 100%. Suzuki has been on a crusade for a long time to try and separate Ghibli from the rest of the anime industry. Now, I've interviewed people who worked at Ghibli. You know, I've interviewed an in-betweener from France back in the 90s, and what he said to me is that Ghibli, as a studio, works exactly the same as every anime studio in Japan. It's the same layout process, the same animation process. That's why they can do in-betweens for different companies, and other companies can do in-betweens for them and give them associated animation, because structurally, system-wise, there is no fundamental difference between the two. Now, there might be more drawings, might take more time to make a film, maybe more money in it, but it is still the same. And that's not what Suzuki wants you to think, or Miyazaki in some ways. So a lot of the programming, which again, Ghibli is now owned, and for a long time has been in association with Nippon TV, biggest media TV station in Japan, as far as I know. They've always been crafting the narrative of like Ghibli is like a successor to that sort of like early era of Japanese animation, and they kind of like skip out the whole like other bits, even though all the people who work there work in that industry or like connected to that industry.
Yes,
and even Miyazaki has his time in there, but like they want you to separate those two, and that's part of the power. And there's a lot of like stuff they do, including their soft power, which is quite interesting in terms of like Suzuki being like Suzuki only really wanted Mononoke to be popular internationally, so it would do better in Japan, because he knew that it would be a new story. It's like, these foreigners are watching this movie, and it will make it more popular like domestically. And that's an interesting way to see soft power.
I would imagine that it was probably something similar with like The Boy and the Heron, even after it won an Oscar. It's like, probably saw a bump in Japanese sales as well.
It probably did, because it's actually been kind of middling in Japan. It hasn't done great because they did that Zero advert campaign in Japan. So like it had a strong beginning, but it did sort of really teeter off because of the competition. And it looked like, maybe Miyazaki's power is weakened. But what we did see was a beautiful example of like grassroots Miyazaki fandom, in that like over that last 10 plus years, there's been enough, because the home releases for Ghibli has been fairly well distributed around, even if their films haven't done the best in like American box offices until Boy and Heron. Now I think that's the second best performing anime movie ever in America, but all the other ones weren't even close.
Right.
But it's that small grassroots ability the last decade plus of just growing and growing and growing and building and building and building, and just more people seeing it on streaming, more people having home releases, because they're always in print, at least in some form, somewhere. Like that ability over the countries, they've obviously got it in a lot of different countries now. That sort of that you can see that build up, and you can see it really reflect in having a very, very strong international box office when it came out, probably the strongest in their history. That changed the actual picture of how well it did.
Yeah, and again, I feel like it's very funny that we're talking about the Cool Japan Fund using anime in order to promote Japanese soft power. And of course, Cool Japan is obviously at odds with a lot of otaku media and otaku culture. And then this video kind of at the end, it is like, oh, there is like an anti-otaku through line with this video as well. Is very strange.
It's an interesting mirroring, maybe, in a way.
Yeah.
And that's a problem because he doesn't address it. The reason that anime was able to become as popular as it is was because of three or four decades of fan activity in North America, of university clubs, of anime conventions.
Yes.
All these
and fan
things
tapers,
are being
like
funded.
Subtapers and all that stuff.
Yeah, subtapers, scanlation when streaming was available. That's the reason that anime became popular, not because the Japan Foundation or the Cool Japan Fund started funding anime. It already had this entire grassroots movement behind it that was then able to be capitalized on. So for him to dismiss the entire fandom that constructed the popularity of anime, at least in North America, is, I think, not good.
Yes.
Well,
another thing
that
like
actually insults it.
Yes, and that's another thing I would like to bring up too. He does mention some of this in the video, but I would like to bring a little context to it. He mentions South Korea had anime, all Japanese products in South Korea until 1998, all banned.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they were still popular there because of piracy and grassroots.
Exactly.
And it's actually, South Korea is one of the most successful economies in the world for anime. And none of it could have been affected by the Japanese government, because the period when it was coming up it was all just bootlegs and piracy. So there was like 20, 30 years of just piracy. And then suddenly out of nowhere, one of the first pictures actually shown was a Ghibli one. Would have been My Neighbor Yamada's. That was one of the first movies to be shown. But there were other parties involved, but the people involved in that push, a lot of it would have been business, because they see the market. Same with China. China is also, if I was to bring up, these are some of the most contentious areas in terms of soft power, bad relationships with Japan. When we look at the slam dunk box office from a couple years ago, we had $90 to $100 million from China. We had $37 million from South Korea. We had $15 million from Taiwan. We had $7 million from Philippines and $5 million from Hong Kong. All of these are colonial areas that a lot of them, to some degree, had bans, especially the top two. And yet they far broke the US in that one movie situation.
Oh yeah,
and a fair few, but you can see Japan maybe doesn't have always control over how popular they become in different states, even when they have no there's definitely other elements in play.
Yeah, I definitely think it would have done him good to do more research into otaku and the history of fandoms and shit like that.
Yeah, because it becomes a very broad topic, doesn't it? That's why it's very difficult to do this, because you could have spent a whole video just talking about South Korean and Japanese relationships and how they slowly ended up getting unbanned, or how they went around that, the piracy, how those companies kind of pushed for it, who changed hands that made it happen in the end. Because there's been talks of it for a decade. In Stephen Alpert's book, it's actually brought up quite a lot, because it's in that period where they're going to South Korea, and I think Disney maybe also kind of in talks to be kind of hey, we'd like to sell in this region for Ghibli, because we've just bought the rights, so we'd like to do that, and we already sell here, so maybe we can work this out.
Oh, it's kind of ironic, because it's otaku, as the history of otaku is very progressive in as far as challenging societal norms.
They're political outcasts a lot of times. Usually, if you look at how they talk about politics, they're usually very against the ruling parties.
Yeah.
They feel like political outcasts because they don't feel like any party represents them. For a long time, I guess it was the closest with the Communist Party, Japanese Communist Party, where you see a lot of like otaku going, and people in the industry.
I think that would have done wonders for the parts of the video where you talk about like Yamato.
Yeah, like the
even
nuance, because I believe Yamamoto was Leiji Matsumoto, who I think he was also at one time a member of the Japanese Communist Party.
Yeah, he but even like when he's
Or
talking
in
about like hate
passing.
and stuff, like he could have brought up more examples like Strike Witches or Girls in Panzer or High Foodie.
Sipang. I brought up, I think, Sipang, I think it's called. Is it Sipang?
Zipang.
Yeah.
Yeah, where it's like that's a future where Japan won the war. That's definitely a very strange, interesting position to bring up and talk about.
Yeah.
Like, there's definitely like some fantasy element there, like some sort of like what if the Nazis won World War II shit, going on. But
yeah, it's
like there's some interesting connotation there you could talk into. Sure.
There's just a lot of nuance to the subject of like, the kind of reclamation of these like symbols and I mean, there's definitely like an argument of like whether it's good or bad to even have like a national identity in that regard for X, Y, Z reasons or whatever you want to talk about. But I feel like at least like broaching on those subjects and kind of covering it, that would have been the nuance that he needed. Is like delving into like why is there so much of this like symbolism and like imagery in anime, and kind of seeing like the fascination with like military otaku, and seeing kind of what they
Also,
sort of represent and where they kind of coming from.
You could probably even like bring into like there's could be some nuance there about like relationships, because at one time historically as well, technically, Japan and the Nazis were allies historically. So like how that the public may look at those groups may be different than how they are looked at in Europe, except because historically that just changed how people tend to think about things like that. For the better or worse. I mean, obviously, I don't think they see them as heroes, but they might have a different relationship with them as a group because of that sort of connection.
Let's we got like
let's finish up, shall we?
Maybe 2 minutes left.
Enjoy playing video games.
We can speed through it if we need to.
But be careful of becoming a gamer. Please listen to J-pop, or for that matter, K-pop.
That's not J-pop,
allow
okay.
yourself to be a stan. You and I are not immune to propaganda.
I will also say, I don't really think otaku and stans are particularly like comparable, but I
it depends on how you define otaku. But if you don't have a cultural backdrop of like knowing what otaku actually means, and you're just using it as an insult, then yeah.
I think
it's pretty nuanced.
He's using it as basically the moniker that was adopted by Anglo fandom prior to Weeb gaining popularity through.
Well, of course, not even obviously usually derogative.
But in particular, not even like in a Japanese sense. Like I think of like Akio Nakamori calling otaku a specific word I cannot say on stream.
Well, I think that there could be some
failed men.
Yes, failed men.
I think there could be some level of understanding, because he does talk about like how he's friends with like, or his family's close with like Japanese people or whatever. There could be like a level of like quote unquote normie Japanese understanding where it's just like, oh, otaku are bad. But
they're weirdos or whatever.
Yeah, that definitely could be the case. Because like that is still kind of generally the perception, at least among like people that just don't interact with that space, right?
Which is fine. People can have their preconceptions if they want to. I mean, if it's unflattering or not, I guess that's up to them.
But then again, that's kind of why I had to do the research into the other side of things, if you want to have that nuanced perspective and maintain that kind of neutrality approach.
Right. Yeah. I sometimes see this problem when people start associating like incel extremism in the West with Japan, where like the types of groups, I believe Joe's brought that up before, but the types of groups who kind of like started getting into the idea of like, I'm black pilled, I'm never going to get it. They responded to it in the otaku sphere to capitalism and being like, it's capitalism's fault that I can't because it's lack of first spaces, or it's the society pressures, or it's the amount of money I would need to sort of status. Like, they kind of relate it in quite a left wing position, almost Marxist position on like, this is the reason I can't get in a relationship. It's to do with this. It's to do with money.
It's because of capitalism.
Yeah, which is a very, very different perspective than like how that might be taken in those other groups.
It's women who are the problem.
Yeah,
right.
they were like, no, it's not women. It's the lack of having to work 5 days a week or whatever, and having no time, and it's having no money or having no status, and it's having etc. etc.
Of the existence of said propaganda, at the very least, we can protect ourselves against its influence as consumers, and thereby develop our own nuanced perspectives of the world, instead of regurgitating a perspective sold to us by a corporation or government somewhere. You are not the things you consume. You are you. And that is wonderful, and something actually worth celebrating.
I don't know. Yeah, this is just like a feel-good way to close the
video. Unless you're an otaku or a weeb.
unless you're an otaku.
Mooney. This is the longest and most
so
difficult
I guess
video.
that's it, right?
So yeah, this is that's basically the video.
Yeah.
I guess we've kind of ignored chat the entire stream. Does anyone in chat have any questions or things that you would like to ask the panel?
I mean, to be fair, there was a lot of fucking shit to talk about.
And remember, if you put here's a fun toy you can mess around with. If you like type in hashtag and then a color and then a message, you can have colored messages appear on screen.
Yeah, I mean, the only point I think I've put in the chat that we didn't really get into, which was only a passing point, was that like obviously Japan does not have a very good ranking on gender equality.
Right.
As we've seen by like the latest stats are like 125th or 116th in the world of like these nations, which is very poor because it's nowhere close to any of the other G7s when it comes to its gender equality issues. Because he mentioned something about that.
I think like an interesting thing that could have been dived into with this video is this idea of Japan as like this ethno state, because while I don't think that like this is something that is created by anime, you could make a case that like
it's a byproduct, I guess.
You could see that reflected in anime in various ways. Not all anime certainly, but like there are like you can be like, you look at this show and all these characters look the same. That could then get into like a discussion of like what's like the term? It's statelessness.
There's an interesting thing to talk about symbols too, because sometimes you see Western people say this, like they look quote white, but they are also showing their own bias by doing that, because what they associate with being Asian are these symbols for sometimes, especially in drawings, considered quite characterily racist. They're thinking like, well, they don't look like how I've historically seen Asian characters presented in cartoons.
Right.
They think the neutral is the default, which makes them white, opposed to thinking like, well, these characters have Japanese names and they live in Japan, so they're Japanese.
Yeah, the term is mukokusei, state or stateless or nationless is the term that's typically used.
Yeah. Oh, it's gone. God damn it.
Okay, it's gone. It's gone.
But
that's an interesting perspective of how that can move from different countries and how they can sort of place their identities on these different anime figures.
Yeah.
Easier, I guess.
Like I think one of the elements of this video that I find really interesting and that brings up that is worth discussing is, as you mentioned, this crisis and permeability of the idea of what it means to belong to a certain nation or belong to a certain culture. Yes. So as an example, there's a really, really good book that I would highly recommend to anyone who likes reading books like I do. Where are we here? It's by Sandra Annette. It's called Anime Fan Communities, Transcultural Flows and Frictions. And so she uses the term transcultural to replace or interrogates the idea of transnational, because the idea of the becomes sort of less important or more fraught than the idea of the cultural. So and one of the really interesting things about Annette comes down kind of in between the Japan soft power, anime basically being like the propaganda for the Japanese state, and the other kind of more utopian Napier, where anime fans will interrogate and kind of create their own kind of utopic fantasy realities about what places like Japan are, where it becomes a site of resistance, and she kind of comes in the middle, where there's sort of like there's valid points kind of on both sides. Not that the center's always occupy. With that rambling aside, what this video kind of demonstrates, at least tacitly, is how fraught the idea or utility of anime as a uniquely Japanese is, because you already talked about how influential American animation, as well as other countries' animations, were informing how anime was created. And that can kind of complicate the idea, as you sort of say. American company primary owners, producers of some of anime.
You're cutting out again, really. I don't know if it's like your microphone or if it's the internet or something.
It is my cable microphone. Sorry, so
Okay,
I'll reiterate that if I was too rambling.
No, I think I get you. You're kind of saying that like international companies come into it, right?
Well, it can't. I guess more. I think I got a little bit of weeds in there. I think more basically be like the idea of anime and manga as a uniquely or specifically Japanese media form is definitely something that someone like the Cool Japan Fund to buy into. But the reality of it is a much more transnational and transcultural media form, and it almost always has been.
Yes, it's also very complicated in terms of like I did a video about this, and it's where it gets very difficult to discern, because what happens when you've got things like Toei, who like 70% of production is done in the Philippines, or like when all your in betweens and like finishing and coloring and all that stuff is done in Korea, or some of it might be done in China, or what if you've got international freelancers too, and what if you've got Warner Japan or some other company, or Netflix being now the biggest producer of these on the top list of streaming sites, and you got Netflix producing a lot, or Amazon or Disney. Like this, it complicates things definitely, where the money's coming from and who's working on it.
Joe asked to be added. He has not yet joined the call.
Oh damn!
And I'm scared of what he's going to do when he does.
Oh,
as Joe is an agent of chaos. Has there been valid evidence for top-down soft power, or has this argument worked poorly in co-opting culture for political groups?
I don't know if there's actually strong evidence. Because I feel like the Japanese government has actually kind of been disaffective when it comes to anime, just because like if the state was funding more anime, then you'd think creators would be in a better place, because the problem with the current method is having several different companies steal all the rights and money from your operation, and then you make pennies on it. It's been really, really poorly affecting the industry for like since 1991.
There's a case to be made that the Japanese government is not involved enough with the anime industry, if anything, in terms of
because
like
you'd
labor
think like
rights.
if it was like the old days, because in the old days it was effectively like you had two parties at most. You usually had a broadcaster who'd be funding, and then they'd have then they would also have like maybe like one single like merch kind of situation. Like you'd have one single thing funding that too, like a sponsor. So it might be like a candy company, might be a toy company. And like if you're doing well broadcast wise, and they can sell toys, and it kind of all works out where the money goes, will start streaming. But it's a dangerous precedent, because you've got a lot. You have to, the first person in the situation has to fund a lot of money. Like that TV station has to put a lot of money down with the studio to get it made. But this newer method where it takes that away, then means that like, well, you don't have any rights left, and you won't get any. You won't actually make. If this thing is successful, you're making pennies from it. And they said that even
obviously
with like
that
Evangelion, right?
Obviously, from like a risk perspective, that's better for companies on the production committees that are financing these things, diversifying essentially. But for the people actually making it,
companies who make it.
I think if anything, Cool Japan has been effective in convincing people who aren't that familiar with Cool Japan that it's been effective.
What the hell just happened? Hold on, roll it back.
Came in, I guess.
I don't. What? Oh
I think that's Joe.
God damn it, Joe.
How's your mic?
What the hell is?
I can't hear him.
Let me see if I can move Joe's. This is a disaster now.
But yeah, I can't think of off the top of my head any situations where like the state has really successfully done that. I guess the best thing you could think about is the shorts that like they got money from the government that was then sent to a labor group who then get to make 4 shorts a year, which is like, I don't think that's too impressive. Like 4 shorts.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they're cool shorts, but I can only think of one of them. Maybe there are more. I guess 2 of them, because I think Madhouse did Death Billiards, which I think became a TV show, and Trigger did they did Little Witch, and that became a
Little
TV
Witch
show.
Academia,
So like those
became a TV
two, I
show.
think, have had been successful. I don't know if any of the other ones have turned into television shows or other
Not
media
to
properties.
my knowledge. I mean, I guess we could pull it up.
You can look at. I mean, there might be, but just like those are the ones I know for sure.
Yeah.
But like all the rest, I'm not even sure.
Little Witch Academia and Death Billiards. Onagaku Shoujo, maybe. Yeah,
I guess 3 out of like 20?
many. Yeah,
I suppose
a lot. Yeah.
So like it feels like, well, and that's limited success rate then if we're just talking about trying to make success. I don't know. I guess the whole point of the project is just to train younger staff members. So I guess that's where the success is supposed to be. But it's not really effective at actually pushing that culture internationally into like more bigger projects.
Well, again, because that's not really the goal of this project. The goal of this project is to bolster the domestic anime production industry.
Yeah, and you see it's funded by the Agency of Cultural Affairs. I don't think Cool Japan is even mentioned here, unless they're getting it from the Cool Japan initiative from the agency.
There's nothing to. I mean, I think the Cool Japan Fund itself.
They could be related, but like it feels like if that's the best they've got, it's not that impressive to me.
Yeah, let me see here.
4 shorts a year, really?
It's like. So the Cool Japan Fund was established in 2013 itself. This is a couple of years after this project was even started.
Yeah, so of course it can't be. So the project it must be coming from a different area.
Let's see, we can actually, I don't know, let's go through timeline of notable endeavors, I guess.
Sure, why not?
Showcase traditional Japanese crafts.
Yes, this is what they want to be funding.
Yeah, a website showcase unknown Japanese regional specialties like tea.
Yeah, that's what they want to be funding, which is probably why it's not so successful, because it's hard to really push that internationally.
And in 2018 they put 30 million in Sentai Holdings. So again, it was stuff like sumo wrestling.
You're not going to get that going.
The traditional Japanese culture stuff is
we haven't talked about. We didn't talk at all about martial arts, which is really that was the. It's kind of funny. So talking about the leveraging of soft power, the one of the primary benefactors of the kung fu craze, kung fu film craze in the United States, was karate dojos, because there were not enough people who were actually teaching kung fu in the States. So despite the fact that it was from a completely different martial lineage, they still ended up benefiting. The funny thing
which is
about
interesting, because it's all the same, I guess, to the foreigner who doesn't understand the difference.
That's right. The other funny thing about sumo I didn't get a chance to mention when we were talking about it was that for like, I think at least maybe 20 years, I want to say, every like top national champion in sumo hasn't been Japanese, and this is a really big problem for them.
Yeah, I've seen people get like I've heard things about people like in Japan getting pissed about that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gotten like
oh my god,
it's gotten like
Joe is the loudest person on earth.
Yo, what up? How's it going?
Agent of Chaos is here.
Yo, yeah, it's gotten like crazier, because like there's kind of a debate right now in Japan about like non-Japanese in sumo because of the recent not allegations, but like the recent proof of abuse by Hakuo, who's like Mongolian.
Oh no!
Oh yeah!
Oh no!
Well, what also interests me, I guess, about Japanese sport is the most popular sport in Japan. I'm pretty sure it's baseball outside of sumo wrestling, which is not a Japanese sport either. So it feels a bit like well, even your own people, you're kind of like following suit of Japanese exclusive sports. Outside of sumo, I guess.
Couldn't you argue that South Korea is much more effective in its soft power efforts?
I guess nowadays you might be able to argue that for music.
Maybe I'm not really familiar with. I'm not really familiar with the South Korea game, honestly.
Areas.
There is also something, just I guess, to not get lost in our specificity, that just because something like the Cool Japan Fund is ultimately in Cool Japan has been a failure, Japanese soft power is still undeniable.
It's strong. It's just maybe not strong as other places.
Yeah, it's not as strong as other.
And it's very specific.
I mean, to play
has been successful.
Oh.
Just not in the way that the Cool Japan Fund would, or
Oh no,
You're getting a
Richard's
bit
being
quiet,
silenced
Richard. It's hard to
again.
hear you.
No, he's getting smaller.
Yeah, Japanese soft power has been successful, but it hasn't been successful in the way that the state would like it to have been.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Like the
I
parts
think
they don't want to be popular are popular.
you almost play devil's advocate and say maybe he's saying like it's the most effective in the sense of like imposing a soft power with zero like hard power backing, because like in America, South Korea, like they kind of have at least like something going for them.
But I suppose you got the remnants of their hard
Thing
power in
about
those
soft-
areas too.
Okay, so I can jump into this conversation because I
Okay, Joe,
wrote
give
my
us
master's thesis on soft power.
an expert. Let's go.
You don't actually need hard power for soft power to be a thing. That's the main conceit of Nye's treatise on soft power, is that like soft power is meant to be in some ways a substitution for what is otherwise a lack of hard power. The United States is kind of a freak example because it has both.
Yes, that's why it's number one.
Yeah.
USA,
But,
USA.
You gotta say, you guys, you could go anywhere in the world, and American soft power will be registered and known about. So
yeah,
that's the weird thing about him saying like Japan is the best at it, because it's like that's almost like
America's way better.
It shows almost how like insidious American soft power is, where it's like
Well,
it's
think
just
about
kind of
it.
placidly accepted as the norm.
Yeah, because you've got baseball, and Japan's favorite sport is baseball. That's soft power right there. You've already fucked them over. You've already mobbed them.
How much fucking anime is like inspired by like American like cinema? And
I mean, shit. Let's pull up the highest grossing
Europe.
movies in Japan every year.
Harry Potter did really well. Titanic, that also did really well.
List of highest grossing films in Japan.
Yeah, you'll see there's definitely a lot of Frozen.
Japan.
Yeah, Titanic and Frozen. There you go.
Where the hell is box office? Here we go. So for let's
the Mario film did really well.
Yeah, so 2023, Mario Brothers.
Like number 2.
Yeah.
Oh, it's number 1. Oh yeah, shit, yeah, number 1.
Yeah, number 1. 122, One Piece Film Red, followed by Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah, you see, there's quite space between the next ones, isn't there?
Yeah. Let's see. Frozen was, of course,
Frozen was
ridiculously massive.
But of course, that's worldwide massive. Yeah.
Aladdin, and then Toy Story 4, Frozen 2, The Lion King, Avengers Endgame, 2019.
You can totally see they're not immune to it.
Yeah,
Even if I think historically Disney has not had the best market in Japan. I think historically, but I think in the later years they've gone a bit better at it.
Now, obviously, there are a lot of Japanese movies on here as well, but
yeah. But I mean, if look at live action though, if Shoplifters is your best live action film, then you've got a problem.
Yeah.
Not that's great for Shoplifters, right? They made $34 million, but that's not good for like in comparison to any other like
compared to Jurassic World: Fallen Kingdom. Yeah. Mission Impossible Fallout.
Yeah, you are not competing, even with your own country, which is pretty bad.
Yeah. Bohemian Rhapsody, an American movie about a British band.
Yes, again, look at that soft power for you. Where's your soft power? Where's your film about like a Japanese star from the fucking 70s who died tragically? Where's that? Where's that hitting the box office worldwide at massive rates?
It's also kind of important to. It's also kind of important to understand that the field of soft power studies has kind of shifted significantly away from a discussion of intangible material like media, and more so into the direction of platforms.
That's far more important now in some ways.
Yeah. Like that's where
definitely.
you're going to get real discussions, more meaty discussions nowadays about what soft power necessarily means. The biggest one, of course, is going to be like the discussion of to what extent does China actually have leverage over platforms like TikTok? Like that's a real question now.
And as I was saying before, Japan's kind of not doing very good at this because it has no real platforms. Like it failed at making streaming services that people would use internationally.
None of it's strongest.
None of it's probably Line, which is only used in Japan mainly.
There's, Nico, which is also not really that big internationally.
Yeah, Bilibili as well. Like, these are really small
Bilibili,
in world scheme.
Well, Nico is like not that big in Japan anymore as well. Like so many people have moved onto YouTube.
Yeah,
exactly. And again, I think Apple wins the phone market out there too. So it's There is no like Japanese
Japan
phone.
is not a platform superpower.
Yeah, it's really failed in that place.
No, not like this.
Yeah, I think it's just
at best, the devil's
indicative.
advocate is best at soft power without hard power as a subversive unit.
Yeah, that's basically what I was like. You could almost say that if you wanted to like really try to like, because like he doesn't actually nowhere in the video does he say that.
Right.
But if you want to say like it's the best because like it has absolutely no hard power supporting it, okay, that would make more sense. I could deal with that a little bit better than.
I guess it would
like
just mean that they're free.
Oh yeah, Nico
It just means
is
they'd be
down
very
too.
inconsistent,
Yeah.
right? Because they're kind of like failing at most things that aren't this like really small, specific like youth media kind of area.
Yeah.
Of like more like nerdy like cultural exports. I guess you could say they're not doing the worst in cuisine, but like they are not doing as good as other places.
Yeah.
They are definitely not being China in cuisine, especially not back in England where I'm from. Like, you know, but again, colonization has a big factor in like Chinese and Indian being far more supreme in England. Like there's a bit more Japanese restaurants than there was, but they're kind of still niche. Like one per city, maybe one or two.
Now,
Well, the thing about cuisine that kind of makes it a little bit difficult is that like cuisine is actually incredibly hard to translate over into like
exactly
governmental policies of any kind. The closest thing that we might possibly have is probably France, specifically in regards to how it regulates not only its in specifically in regards to like the popularity. It's like it's the only country that has a cohesive, internationally recognized body for determining like the quote unquote legitimacy of its culinary ideology, and that is the Michelin
what
star
Japan
system.
wanted to do, but it failed.
Yeah.
Like Japan obviously was
Like-
copying France's homework, but they didn't do it effective enough because in
there are
Europe,
I think it is
think
like
you
Japan's
can't
like
be able
number
to
2 in
champagne.
terms of Michelin star restaurants though.
Yeah,
and there are like specific like regulations, like only specific things can be considered, say, like real champagne.
Yes, that's true. I think that might only affect in Europe because it depends where the legislation actually works. But yeah, you can't be champagne unless it's from France. It has to be sparkling wine, whatever it's called, which is like a very, very strong and strict, like you know, cuisine, gastro nationalism, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. I think it's like something probably similar with like Scotch. It has to be from like Scotland.
I don't even know if that's true, to be honest, but I'd have to look.
They may not even. They may
Irish
actually even
Scotch, I know
have that
but
for
you have to
going
put that in front. You can still call it Scotch though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Ottily's Irish Scotch.
Vid says they were copying Britain's soft power program.
I don't even know if that's true though. I've just never seen
I don't really
evidence.
know if that's true. I think you could draw parallels, I guess. But
and when it comes to music, when it comes to actors, culture, I think Britain has had a better routine on that one.
I was in my research, I was never able to that demonstrated that there was actually a connection between the phrase "Cool Britannia" and "Japan Cool." Or "Cool Japan," because there were a number of iterations of that terminology between those two terms. Right?
Yeah, well, he talks about gross national, like the article "Gross National Cool," and I would have assumed that's where "Cool Japan" is coming from.
Does he actually show anything on screen when he's talking about that?
He just shows clips from England, doesn't he? He shows like Spice Girls and like Tony Blair and Oasis.
There are the sources he provides does say that. It says that it's based on the earlier Cool Britannia, but it's very much like the other quotes. There's nothing that doesn't go to a source where the
I don't know what that
is like,
or what that entails specifically. Like
it's again, it's gonna be complicated.
And it is a bit of a nitpicky point. For me, it's interesting because like, is that where that came from? I don't know. Like
but the approach is not obviously the way, because I don't think there was actually a hard approach in England about how that was done. Like Cool Britannia, I think it was a very short-lived project.
Yeah, it was short-lived, and it was primarily again organic and grassroots. It was just that
Spice Girls is big.
Yeah,
Oasis
destroy
is
the
big.
British flag.
Britpop is big. British film maybe as well, like Lock, Stock and Barrel, etc. Those kind of films.
A Canadian actor who found success in the United States pretended to be a British person to great effect.
Yeah. And again, Austin Powers is a relation to James Bond's soft power, because that's internationally a very successful franchise.
Yep.
Also popular in Japan, specifically on certain instances, which would be again interesting to talk about, but like that's a different topic, I guess.
We're nearing the 4-hour mark. Do we have any other points we want to touch on?
I think I've got all my points down outside of like my main thesis for when I saw the video was just like it seems just a little bit silly to connect export like I said, if it was England, it would be like, using Doctor Who as an attempt to clean up their imperial past, which still exists. Again, on like countries like like in Africa or something, or like
I need more hard evidence. I need
in West Indies or Jamaica. Like we produce Doctor Who, so they forget about that. They don't forget.
Like I need more hard evidence. I need more connective tissue between, like, he brings up like the Japanese government getting these various comfort women memorial statues taken down around the world, and I need something that, like, okay, well, how was that like facilitated by Japanese soft power? How was that facilitated by the popularity of anime and manga, and how is like the government like been involved with that? Like I need like things connecting these disparate topics
for Japan to do this as well, because I think it makes them look worse.
Mm-hmm.
Like culturally, if your whole idea is to try and smooth out relations with Asia, this would actually not help with that at all. It would make you look far worse to them.
And this is a point that's very, very central to a lot of the arguments in the end of Japan, because it's whenever the populations of these countries perceive the Japanese state being involved with stuff, there's like an immediate backlash.
Yeah, I don't blame them. I saw recently, when it comes to numbers for South Korea, I think of last year, the first time in a decade, both prime ministers have met from South Korea, but a lot of that has to do with tensions around the world in terms of China. Like there's tensions about China, there's tensions about like war, like maybe Taiwan and China. This is also a factor, like Taiwan and Japan. Out of all the prior Asian nations, I think Taiwan and Japan have the strongest relations, because Japan is seen as like someone who would actually defend Taiwan if China was to invade.
Mm-hmm.
They have that sort of relationship where like there has been, I think, agreements like that, where like Taiwan sees a relationship with Japan as useful for their political and military and like power. They see that as a protection route.
I'd also be remiss if I didn't bring up the point with regard specifically to the comfort and mobilization, is that the existence of like the existence of comfort women, because obviously the survivors, one of the most elements in terms of bringing that to the popular consciousness was a Japanese newspaper.
Yeah, that'd be Asahi Shimbun.
Yeah, as a Sam from Translated Japan is want to point out. Shout out.
Yeah, and it happened twice as well, because the major article is from 1992. There was another article from 1982 that mentioned about kidnapping Korean women, which later has been debated about the actual authenticity of the article from different boards. But I don't know if what is true and what's not true in that situation. But apparently, allegedly, there is a lack of evidence for that 1982 article that they were actively going out and grabbing them. But I don't know. Because again, it's like it gets complicated when we're talking about international history, politics, and who's saying what, and he sheds, she sheds, kind of stuff. Where's the evidence?
Historians has not looked into it a ton. We are not historians who have looked into it a ton.
My take.
Yeah, the 1992 one is correct though. Like just to put out there, like comfort women do exist. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Right.
My takeaway from the video would effectively be that I want to encourage people to. Like, there's nothing wrong with being not a professional. Like, I'm not a professional. No one here is a professional academic. Moon Channel is not a professional academic. So while you don't necessarily have to hold yourself to professional academic standards, check your sources. Have sources. So again, kudos again for very least having sources. Do not even go.
Oh, and he's being silenced again.
Oh no.
Being silent.
Okay, I mean, I can bring up. Oh, is he back?
Justin Trudeau got to him.
Yeah. So
I was going to say I have a good example actually going back a long time, because I remember I saw this in passing once. This is like some random comment I saw a long time ago. It was about one of my early videos, and I'd only seen it like in the last year or so. Someone had mentioned some comment somewhere, and it was about a video about France, and I'd got something wrong. And I was trying to figure out, how did I get this wrong? Because I'd said something about a film I was talking about being the first cel animated feature in France, but I was like looking at it, I was like, no, that's not correct. It looks like there was something before that. But the problem was I'd cited just like a blog on the internet where had said that, but had not cited it from anywhere. So it was easy to fall in that trap. That was an early trap I had fallen into because I didn't know the French scene as much as I knew the Japanese scene. So I just kind of took what I could find. It was like, oh, okay, he said this, I'll say it.
Yeah,
I didn't really like actually like scrutinize.
Follow the paper trail and look for primary sources whenever possible.
Yeah, also think about who's saying it, because when it's just like a blog on the internet, it's like that person, you know, they don't really have authority per se. They might know more about you on the topic, but like you want to at least look for like figures that have some form of authority who say stuff if you're going to take them for their word, right?
Yeah. This is actually interesting. This is something that Mark McClellan talks about again in The End of Cool Japan. Read The End of Cool Japan. For the love of God, read The End of Cool Japan. It's a very good book.
I've read a couple of the articles. It's pretty good.
He talks about the difficulty of being an academic and comparing it like what an academic needs and wants out of a topic versus what a journalist needs. A journalist is looking for a sound bite, for something that they can take from an academic to throw into a pre-existing opinion.
Yes.
And that's the end of the day. Maybe YouTubers should, especially ones who presume or aspire to providing informative and interesting, should aspire to a higher standard of information and sources of that information. So yes, my hobby is researching. I make YouTube videos because I like to research, and that's a platform for me to share that research. Research. So I will take the time to double check my sources to find out, okay, this is where this source is getting information. Maybe not everyone has the time to do that, but maybe we ought to.
Yeah, maybe we just have to be a bit more cautious as well. Definitely write down where you see something, can make sure you're not saying something just for the sake of it. I'm thinking back to speaking of soft power and other stuff. I once did an interview with a journalist. Speaking of journalists, about city pop and anime. I don't think any of my stuff was actually used in the video in the end, probably because I didn't give them the right sound bites. Unfortunately, as it goes, right? But like, what that conversation was having is that they were trying to find the linking point, and ultimately, I don't think there was one. But like, the linking point was like between anime and music, and getting onto the city pop train on like YouTube. And they were trying to find that connecting tissue, and if there was connecting tissue, and also around Orientalism. But the thing is, I was kind of like very strongly against the Oriental position they were trying to push, because I was like, I don't think it's that way. I think it's like an ungraceful way to look at it. It might be for some people, but I was trying to push back on like the strictly like, oh, people like this because of Orientalism. And I was like, no, I don't think that's true. I think they like it because they like the music. And they've been born into a cultural situation where they're just more accepting of international music than maybe their parents would have been, just because of like that's the culture. Like it's easier to find international music. It's easier to listen to it. It's easier to see it, and they might know those like areas a bit more. And like ultimately, that didn't seem to like transfer through to their final version. But yeah, I digress. But that was kind of like the area where sometimes I was saying there is not a track between these. I don't think the track you're trying to do, which is you're trying to find an easy through line, exists. I don't think it's easy that way, and I don't think it's as simple as Orientalism. I think it's a little bit dismissive to say it is.
Yeah, I guess taking it holistically as like a video, my criticism would be you've leaned too much into the narrative you're trying to weave. Obviously, as like you're making a video essay, you kind of have to have a through line. You want to have that big punchy kind of like reveal. I get all that, but like you're trying to have like the nuanced perspective and you're putting research on screen. You kind of need to do a bit more reading around what you're talking about. Don't just find sources that kind of coincide with what you're trying to talk about to form this narrative.
Yeah. Personally, I feel like maybe some editing might have helped, just because I think a lot of the history stuff isn't super relevant to the topic. If you want to keep it nice and concise,
right,
it's probably better not to worry about what was happening 1,000 years ago and kind of focus more on like post-war Japan, at the very least.
If we want to do a history of Orientalism, then I feel like
history are doomed to repeat it, bro.
Oh damn, got me right in the heart.
Actually, speaking to the editing part, there's just again a little aside. What I never ended up seeing the clip come up when we were watching through it, but he's like, you may be surprised that your progressive friends might have some very reactionary views on Japan, and then he tries to link to someone's Reddit file, and then the little note is like, haha, maybe not. Were you editing in real time? Like you couldn't find a Redditor who had progressive views on, let's say, LGBT, and then just go and find them being like, actually Imperial Japan was based. Like, you couldn't
I don't
even
know.
do
I think
that.
I think it's really anecdotal to just get a random person. It becomes really difficult to like, if that means anything.
It feels
Just 'cause,
almost
like,
like cherry picking at
sometimes
that point.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people just say stuff because they've heard it from other people. You know, they're kind of just repeating stuff they've heard from things that people they trust. So they might not actually have malicious thoughts, but they may have just got that opinion from someone else. Like,
Yeah.
actually, Japan did this, and it's like, well, maybe they didn't really think about it because they just heard it from someone they trust,
Yeah, it
which is
was
just
just a
kind of like an
very
ignorance thing.
Right.
weird. Like, why didn't you edit that out, or like find an example that would suit your argument instead of being like, actually. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm pulling us back in when we're almost out.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good. It's a good video as far as like the creator side of things. It's just the research done is. I mean, they did like. There is a stark difference in how we're approaching this video as a reaction than a lot of the other videos that we kind of react to, because there is research done. There is a paper trail that we can kind of look at and be like, oh, okay, this is how you kind of approach this. This is where you got that from.
Yeah, I think some of the history is a little bit unsourced, if I remember right. I don't think there's a huge amount of the history sourced properly.
Well, I think continue, and then I'll have something to like wrap us back all the way around.
Yeah, I want to give the credit where it's due of like, you did the source
research,
stuff. Yeah, you've done some. It's just I feel like you didn't do enough to get the information correct, and when you're making like there are so many instances where you're watching a video and you put some source on screen and people will just like implicitly just kind of placidly take it. You're just like, oh, okay, they did the research. There's a source on screen. They're not going to check the context of that source. Like you talk about, like there's the example I can think of is like when you're talking about Ocean, and you're using the quotes like before and after they watch the show.
I feel like that must be from the 50-year book, is it? From the 50 Years of Japan Foundation? That's where I think it's from, just from my own research, but I don't know if he says.
But he like even in like when he's kind of painting it, he's painting it as like this big kind of like, oh my gosh, they were basically brainwashed. Their opinions did a complete 180. But like even in the context, even like in the context of like the quote that he kind of took, it's like, oh well, I guess as far as Ocean's concerned, it's like that's not saying that they did a 180. That's just saying they're in the show of Ocean, they're presenting Japanese people differently than that they like they don't actually.
Their opinion to begin with was kind of like very demonized, and
they
didn't like Japanese. So it was like Japanese people are monsters, and then afterwards it's like, well, the Japanese people, I think they were okay. That's kind of how it changed. It's like, all right, okay.
Context is very important, and a lot of people will not look deeper into what you're talking about than just what you're showing them on screen. So
I think that specifically is why this kind of critique is valuable, because this kind of video is very persuasive if you don't know anything about the topic. And I think by and large, considering that his primary audience and primary video game based, a lot of his, and again, if you look at the comments, it's like
there's definitely some who are really taking it on, who are like, wow, this blew my mind. I never really thought of it that way, that kind of stuff in the comments.
And that's the danger of this kind of format and video. Perhaps responsibility is too heavy of a term because you're just some guy making YouTube. This channel is big. This video has had several 100,000 views. It is going to influence and not people who then go out into the actually propaganda.
Funny point there, because I see someone talking about the emperor there. He didn't bring it up, but I believe that the prince was actually the person at the head of the Japanese Foundation for like 50 years. Because he said something about like the emperor has no political power, and I'm always a bit suspicious when I hear that, because I hear that about the British the family here, and I'm like, that's not true at all. Usually, like you can still have quite a lot of somewhat influence by being an important and prominent figure, with a lot of money and influence. Like giving a position like the prince, the Japanese Foundation, and you're saying they're mischievous, so you're not arguing then that maybe like the royal family might be in on this too?
Might you say they have soft power?
Yeah, they have some soft power instead of hard power now.
What I guess for closing remarks, I would say that while we can say that you are not immune to propaganda, there is an important corollary to keep in mind, which is that you are also not always susceptible to propaganda as well.
There's a reason the advertising industry, billions of dollars. It costs a lot of money to try to buy things, and it doesn't usually.
Yeah. I understood what you said.
It can only influence perception, I guess, to some degree, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then I guess to like tie this all back around, since we've been running for nearly 4 hours now, and I got to get to bed because I have work in the morning.
That's a smaller video than last time. I'll take that as a victory.
This is true. But I would say to bring this back around to discussing like the end of Anitude Digest, and Shaves of course brought us up and doing these sorts of like reaction streams. Although this wasn't as much of like a reaction as was a discussion. Is that I feel like this is like the YouTube equivalent almost of like a peer review kind of process, essentially. This is, I saw something earlier in the week about like YouTube implementing like a community note system, which I think would be like
the worst idea in the world.
Yeah, I think that'd be like a valuable thing to add. I could also see it just being a drama fucking thing as well. It could completely backfire. Who knows? But that is kind of like that is like what the function of what this stream is, or at least the function that I hope this stream is served in terms of, if you're someone who watched this video and was convinced by it and then somehow found this stream and sat through all 4 goddamn hours of it, I hope I hope we did like offer like a better, not like a better, but like a more I don't want to say thorough takeaway, but
expanded your understanding and
your understanding of
even like the little
topic.
Things like not like the video doesn't actually bring up how anime is funded, which I think is actually, if you want to make the argument that the government is funding anime and doing this influence, and you don't even bring up how anime is usually funded, or how this could, that gets a bit messy, where it's like, well, but there are 5 other companies involved, so like what influence does the actual government have here?
I mean, this is like a big topic. There's a lot of stuff going on, and within reason, it is understandable to not get into every little thing, of course.
Yes, it can be difficult to know where to focus.
And to a certain extent, I feel like that is like where like people like us can come in and be like, well, we can then provide that sort of deeper understanding on certain topics through doing streams like this.
Because of course the industry, the animation industry has changed a lot since like the commission-based stuff in the 40s to like the more capital, big film industry subsidized anime industry that we now are in. Plus,
right? Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if we have anything else we really need to go over. I don't think we need to waste anyone's more time. If you are someone who watched all 4 hours of this, or even just watched any of this, thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Does anyone else have anything to say before we end the stream?
Oh, thanks for having me on.
I guess real quick, I should say yes. Thank you, Steve, Richard, and Joe at the end for coming on. You are, of course, much more knowledgeable on this topic than Mumi or I combined, which is
I put my document in our chat, so you can kind of put that in the description there.
And then
I don't know if I got everything in there, but I have like it's sort of just like these were general documents I had when looking through the video and watching it and sort of making notes of like, here are things that would be maybe some of them I didn't bring up, but some of it's
so I'll grab those and I'll put them in like a pinned comment or
anything
something.
Else that's if it's missing it, anything else, other links that have been brought up in the chat, you could add to it, or you could add those in the because we brought up a couple other. I know we brought up a couple other little bits and pieces, haven't we?
And then I guess Richard, didn't you say you were this like inspired you to make like some sort of video?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably make a video from my research for this stream specifically, because I think there's a lot. You guys kind of touched on what kind of, especially now with the end of Digest, what kind of space can Anitude be? And I think this video specifically is a really good jumping off. So look forward to that in 3 months.
Go subscribe.
I guess, and if you're watching this in 3 months, there'll be a link to that video as well.
If we remember.
Anyway, thank you all for coming on. Thank you everyone for watching. Have a good night. All right, goodbye.
Bye.
Peace out.
Okay.